Ahoy, how's it going? Hopefully everyone is doing well. I'm doing okay. It's the best I can say. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. Let's see, what did I need to do? There we go. I need to reset that a little bit. Hopefully that all looks good. But yeah, we're gonna be doing some more Battlefield today. I couldn't quite decide what I wanted to do, so I'm like, let's just do some shooter stuff. And yeah, and then we'll do some more React stuff after that. Probably. I've kind of enjoyed that, gaming and then yapping. Anyway, we'll see how it goes. For now, let's go ahead and get into some Battlefield gameplay. That was weird. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. All right. Yeah. Woohoo. What do we got in the way of challenges? Engineer, shotgun engineer. We could just double up on that if we wanted. We could also let's do what do we got for engineer anyway? Why the fuck is this a thing? Let me go ban these fuckers real quick here. Kick. Why do you do this to me? Moderation. I thought I'd banned it, but for whatever reason, does that work? That's just give me one frickin' sec here. Does it not allow you to ban two different words? Like I want to ban the phrase. It won't. That should be a banned frickin' thing there. Okay, well. That's so annoying. That should be a banned fucking word. Fuck off. Whatever. Thankfully, we only get like one or two of those a stream, but it still pisses me off. And it by all accounts, like I literally just copied and pasted from that that bot right there, and it says it's already banned. Not the bot, but the phrase I was trying to ban. Anyway, it is what it is. We'll deal with that shit later. Let's go ahead and bring that down there. All right, let's just jump into it. So, do we want to set up a shotgun thing? What's the difference here anyway? Who cares? You can be a shotgunner. Shotgun engineer. Which one do we want? That one's pretty good. Let's just go with the classic, man. And let's go ahead and clear up some of this stuff. What you got? What you got? We'll just leave it with the mini flex. That's fine. And sniper rifle. Forget if we have. I don't think we were using the warfighter yet. Basic sight. What? Okay. Anyway, so yeah, we'll do shotgun engineer. That seems kind of okay. And why is battle pass? Oh, we did get the parachute. Interesting. Are we getting progress on that? Yeah, some. Okay. Whatever. All right. Let's do multiplayer. King of the Hill. Domination again. That seems fine. Let's go. Okay. I like this, and I can see it being a decent shotgun map. King of the Hill. I like. Yeah. I wonder which I like better. But yeah, let's go engineer with the shotgun. Shotgun. Okay. Hoobadoo. But I'm pretty tired today. I was a little uninspired. We'll see how it goes. I don't expect great things from my gameplay today, honestly, and then we'll do some yapping like I was talking about. Yeah, roof guy, roof guy, roof guy, roof, 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 roof. Ooh, geez, we're exposed. Oh, you bastard. Well, I got one. That's one kill already. No one's getting me, and that's fine. Oh shit, roof guy, roof guy, roof guy. Jeez. How did those first two not get that guy, but it is what it is. You know what, I'm gonna keep going. Oh, I thought he was going over that way. That's my bad. Yeah, it's definitely my bad. I messed up on my angles on that guy for sure. Cool, my team seems to be taking that, so I'm gonna follow this guy around, see if he's still around. Oh! Oh, I'm a little slow. First game. First game. I was slow on the draw there. Okay. Yeah, no thanks. Ah. Should I put slugs? Should we slug it out? Let's slug it. Fuck! You've got to be shitting me, man. Get me out. I want to slug it up. Oh, we do have slugs. Okay. I didn't realize we were still rocking slugs on that. Oh! Alright. This is pissing me off now. Up and at him, boy. How the fuck weren't we hitting that guy at all? Even when I stood still, I couldn't fucking hit. Dude, my crosshairs were right on him. That's fucked up, man. Anyway, fuck it. I'm going in. But yeah, no wonder our shotgun's a little weird. I thought we'd switched off slugs, but I must have then selected the wrong loadout or something. Oh, fuck, it's the classic, the fire didn't even touch me and I'm on fire thing. Dang twitchy corpses, making me think there's a thingy there. Anyway, let's fucking go. Alright, we're locking in. Oh, there's an enemy. What the okay. Yeah, let's switch to... Okay, that's a friendly. But yeah, let's go ahead, switch our ammo to... Let's just do fletchet. Flechette. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit more close range now. Oh, dude, I'm ass. We just haven't drank enough yet today. Clearly. We got this. Yeah, it's funny. I didn't realize I still had slugs selected. No wonder it was behaving a little weird. Damn twitchy corpses, man. Oh, you... Dude, I'm just already... Whatever, once we switch off the shotgun, we should be fine. But yeah, I might have to switch games. It's too soon to tell for sure. But, yeah. Like I said, I was a little uninspired to begin with, so it's not surprising that I'm, like, a little frustrated. But yeah, we might do some, like, Hades or something after this, actually. Oh my god. A sniper on the roof? Do we go back to slug? Nah, bro. Nah, bro. I fucking clicked, man. I'm pissed off. I'm gonna lose my mind. How? The fuckity fuck, man. I'm just getting outplayed, outgooded.
Enemy troops have secured the objective.
Hmm, 88 or something? What? 8? Okay, fuck it. Let's go back to slug. Fuck this nonsense. Whoops, not that one. Not that one either. Fuck. Okay. Not messing with that. Shit, we just lose bigly. Oh, like, fuck. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just feel like I'm like a second delayed on everything. It's absolutely insane. Okay, well, we completed a match. We got some scores and engineer skills, but holy shit, like yeah, I don't know, man. So yeah, we still need six shotgun. 4 and 13 kill me. In Minecraft. Okay. It's the same map. Kind of annoying. Get me in. Let's go. Customize. Instead of 2x. Ooh, there's just thermal. But yeah, let's just go, do we not have mini flex? Whatever, we'll go, whatever this is. Yeah, that seems decent. Angled. What do we care about anyway? I don't know. Don't really know. Got red laser. No additional stuff there. That's fine. It's fine. Oh, this is domination, not King of the Hill. Wait, didn't it say King of the Hill? I could have sworn it said King of the Hill. Whatever.
Move out and secure.
Whatever.
Secure that objective!
Objective Charlie is under control.
I fucking hate the flame grenades, man. Oh, sorry, not sorry. Usually I'm sorry, but I don't give it. What? I'm on fire? Get fucked. Get a slug to the head. We're stealthing. That was close. Are you? I hate that. Damn it, guys. Ah. I'm just gonna chill here till my health. Oh, there's. What the fuck? What the fuck is that bullshit? Oh good, we have B, we have C, cool, cool, cool. These, alright, fuck it, we're going up on the roof. Get me out. Jesus. Shit. Yeah, we can't snipe that guy. Fuck. Yeah, whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. Just get me full health.
We have an early advantage. Mission is on target.
Oh, alright. Alright. Yeah, fuck the roof, man. The roof. The roof. I don't like the roof. I do not the roof. I'm not. Oh, fuck! Fuck you! Absolutely so much fuck you. You're gonna be right there, huh? Huh? No? No? Where are you?
Secured Alpha.
It's kind of weird. Fuck! Bad time to reload, especially with a shotgun. Didn't need to habitual reload. Holy fuckity. Dude, I'm just... I don't even get it. Like... again, I'm trying not to, like, talk down to... talk my... But I'm trying to be more positive when it comes to how I comment on myself. But, like... I'm just especially bad today. Like, I'm just not locked in at all, and I don't really know why. So yeah, I just don't know why we're like slow today.
Still controlling the fight.
Hey, cool. We got the engineer score. Still need a couple shotgun kills. Fucking campers. That's a lame thing right there. All right, we got the engineer kills. Yeah, fuck you. Oh, how are we doing anyway? I need... Did we get it? Did we get it? I'm not seeing it on the list. That's kind of weird. Can I... Yeah, let's go assault. Still swap to the shotgun. Ah, dude, what do we... Oh, I'm top score. That's never good. Fuck! Alright, I just don't know, man. Should we just go to Yapping? I might just want to go to Yapping. I couldn't decide what I wanted to play today, and this just isn't doing it for me, and I'm just gonna fucking rage, and that's no fun for anyone unless you're like some sort of sadist or something like that. So yeah, we might just go right to we'll play another game or two, I think, but yeah, it might be short on the gameplay, long on the Yapping tonight. We will see. Oh shit.
Fuck me! We are in a strong position. Stay in control and secure the fight. Need a medic!
No one's gonna roll. Oh, hey, they did.
Gracias.
Not enough spice. Get wrecked, son. I can't do anything there. B. Nice, we win here. Right. Bam. Alright. Let's see. Progression, whatever. Challenges. Fucking on them. Yeah, scores engineer. Did we not? Where's our fucking shotguns, man? There we go. Shotgun. Oh, cool. So yeah, we still have to play assault. Recon. Strike point. Let's go ahead and quit to menu here. Okay, what the fuck do we want to do here? Oh, all right, we did our dailies. That's good. We could do recon DMR, strike point. We could do strike point recon DMR. We could do that. Farm that a little bit. Yeah, that sounds good actually. Yeah, DMR recon DMR. I think Liz Einhorn. I wish that was also DMR, but it's fine. So yeah, anyway, that sounds good. So yeah, let's do strike. Well, let's set up our loadout here, and then we'll do strike point. So yeah, that's our recon. We'll set up the. What's the best? Long range, hard hitting, versatile. Wonder what's the best here. It's pretty low, but I do like the SVK. LMR is interesting as well. Let's do the SVK. How's about damn apples? Variable 1 to 4. Got 4.5x. How's that look? Jeez. It's okay. I'm not sure 4 point. Let's just stick with the, because this we can use at short range too. So I think that's better. We'll leave that. Don't need a red laser. We'll leave the suppressor on there. Extended is fine. Don't need a light. Vertical. Vertical is fine. 10 round is fine. Standard is fine. Yep, is what it is. And let's do M44. And we will do recon drone since we have to be spotting things as well. And that's good. And let's do strike point. I wish this scrolled this way, but it is what it is. Strike point. Oh, I don't even know what this one is, but we'll do it. It's pretty good. That's good cider. I like this cider. Get me in. Oh yeah, we only have 1 life, so I guess we joined mid-round or something like that. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't played this. Shit, that means we can't really recon on this one. Maybe assault. No comment. Nice. He's right there, he's right there, he's right there. Okay, good. Oh, nice try. Oh, okay, okay, okay.
One hostile remaining.
Frick. Round lost. Loust.
All squads have been eliminated.
Oh, wow. We joined pretty late. It's fairly close, so we have to win 3 more. We have to win all 3. Let's see. So yeah, I don't really want this. Let's go here. Howdy, howdy. Wait, yep. Howdy, howdy, mic check.
Move on target.
Ah.
Medic!
And we're already dead. That's wonderful. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Well, all right then. I got here just in time to explore the galaxy. Okay, so yeah, we need the 2 strike points. Yeah. You know, maybe we'll try sniping. It's what? It's 4v4, so I mean, there's less chance of getting pinched. It also means we'll be less useful. But let's go ahead and go ahead and try a recon DMR build on the strike point game mode and see if we can't combine some of our challenges. I don't know why I'm speaking like that, but I am. Recon. DMR. Look at them with all their SMGs. I love to see it. Yeah. We should just go on about and yap after this though. Yeah, I don't know why I'm so out of it today. It just is what it is though. Is what it is. Oh, you know what? This will make us feel better. There we go. There we go. We're thug life in it tonight. Let's fucking go, boy. All right. Where's the secure over there? That's just the normal thing. You know what? Let's go long side. Someone's already dead. That's cool. Fuck! I'm dead. That was nice. Nice attempt at flank, but I'm scared. I'm so scared. Oh fuck. Shit. Just hang on, hang on. Oh shit, 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 right there, right there. Fucking okay. Fuck. Thank you. Oh my god. Dude, I would have been pissed. I already got beamed way more than I needed to on that one. Like yeah, you saw that shit, man. Thank you. One remaining. How is it contested, man? Get me the fuck out of here. Nice, 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 nice. That was a weird one, but we'll take it. Mustache? Mustache? Nah. Again, I like the mustache, but it gets in the way. We could also, no, I don't even have that one set up, but that's fine. Okay. So yeah, instead of trying to run over that way, because we got ourselves in trouble a little bit that time. I haven't played this game mode, so I'm not really familiar. But I think I'll try to hold this point at this time. And you know what? Let's go ahead. Fuck! Oh! That was unfortunate timing. That was really unfortunate timing. I was like, you know what? I bet someone's gonna come up that way. So I ran up with Claymore in hand and, yep. I like the mode though. It's a nice mix of like, it feels more like the Battle Royale / Gauntlet or whatever, but without the fucking stupid armor and high TTK. It's just like, so yeah, it's a little bit more slow and, well, slow is not really the right word, but like, yeah, just slow and something, I don't know. And then squad based, I mean, it's smaller, it feels a little bit more compact or whatever. And then you also don't have that to deal with. So yeah, let's go ahead and stick that there. That might help. Come on, come on, come on. Ooh. All right. Ah. Get me out, get me out, get me out. Come on. What? Whatever, we win. Well, I'm bad. This also really isn't the gun for the mode. Ahoy, Reaper, how's it going? How's it going? We're, yeah, things are a little weird. Yeah, I'm feeling a little off tonight. I'll just say that right now. And I don't know. I was feeling uninspired. I didn't even know what I wanted to play, and this isn't it. Yeah, I'm like, we're just, yeah, it's just, we could be doing better. We could be doing better. Case in point. It's going. Yeah, me too. It's going. Hey, we did some good shit posting on Twitter, though. There's that. It's hard work, but it's honest work or whatever. Okay. Are you coming? Okay, cool. Oh. And yeah, this isn't the gun for the mode. I was just trying to get some challenges, but where'd he go? Ooh. Let's actually switch to, okay, we won. But yeah, it is what it is. I don't know. We might switch over to Yapping sooner than usual. I still haven't figured out like the exact formula for my stream. A lot of people do Yapping and then gameplay. For whatever reason, I'm doing gameplay and Yapping. I'm not sure if there's a rationale for why most people do it the other way, and I could be doing it completely wrong and, you know, destroying my viewership or whatever. I don't understand streaming. But yeah, anyway, we might try switching it up at some point, but yeah, right now we're doing gameplay then Yapping, but right now the gameplay is just not hitting it for me, so it is what it is. We're doing it. What? Wish I had hand tracking right now, because I'm like, what? Big shrug? Huh? Hands up? That was weird. We totally surrounded the objective and like, guess killed a couple of them, and then one guy just kind of decided to sit on the objective. I have no clue what that was, but we did it. Oh, my 2-2. 9-0, man. Whoops. Sure. No. Haha. Fuck you. Gotta be real careful. I'll stay in it though. There's gonna be someone out there. But yeah, hopefully my claymore on top. House? What the fuck's a house, man? I'm just in it, man. I'm in it. I don't have patience for your fucking callouts. I don't play this game. I don't know what the fuck house is. What is this, man? Wow. I wish I could say it's all me, but it's really not. Oh, we already won. Okay. We got some SVDM business. We need some more recon score. We need another strike point victory. We'll do another strike point thing. We got one of the things there. I got some good booze today. Yeah, not everything's going my way, but we got some good booze. That's something. I got a Old Granddad bottled in bond. That's a good one. It's classic. Nice mid-shelf whiskey there, affordable but good. And then I got a new one here I haven't had before, the Diplomatica rum, Venezuelan. I just thought that'd be interesting given the current world events. So we got the premium dark rum, and it's pretty good. Nice and flavorful. Strike point. And yeah, we'll stick with our class, even though it's not great. I know next to nothing about booze. Yep. Fair enough, and that's fine. Yeah. I just thought I'd shout it out since often I drink without mentioning what I'm drinking. So yeah, no. Do you just, is it not something you're interested in? Do you not drink? Let's see. I think I should let's go ahead. Yeah, I think oh, you know what? Let's give the model a slight rotation there. I think that'll look a little better. I want to get my camera stuff worked out so I can set it so it's set it and forget it so it just stays in that locked in position. I'm gonna go. That's on my list too. Okay, secure objective before enemy. Where are we going? Let's. I don't know if this will get us anywhere, but considering we're playing a snipery thing, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it tonight. This could be fun, man. Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait. Wait. How? I'm honestly very confused. Like, that was so near our spawn. How'd he... Again, I don't play this mode, but how'd he get there so fucking quickly? I'm so confused by that. Like, again, I don't pretend to be an expert, but how did he fucking get to our spawn so quickly? Holy shit. And damn, I had the drop on that guy, but wow. But wow, and you know, fucking... Also hate the smell of alcohol. That's a... Wow. We're just getting absolutely cooked here. Yeah, no, and honestly, like, that's... It sounds weird, but that's kind of a good strategy if you don't want your kids to drink, is just give them alcohol young. It really will kind of condition them out of that sort of thing often. Not always, but often. And yeah, obviously don't, like, continue to feed your kids alcohol. But yeah, and yeah, I say this with, I'm not trying to shame or anything. I know I can come off a little weird sometimes, so, but like the smell of alcohol, I'm not sure there is a smell of alcohol because there's very different types of alcohol. Like, I get not liking beer or maybe wine or something like that, but there's so many different things, and some things just don't, like, yeah, I'm just trying to think of what I think of as the smell of alcohol, and there's nothing that really pops to mind for me. But no, I get it. I mean, I get being grossed out by those things. Oh. Oh, fuck, man. I'm getting destroyed in this mode. Yeah, that's not... Oh, actually, there's no point backing out, though, because that's all I got. Let's just kind of sit in here and see if someone wants to come save us. Whoop. But yeah, no, alcohol is not for everyone, and it shouldn't be. I mean, it's yeah, that's fine. It's a poison. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, so we destroyed last time. We're getting destroyed this game. This is what it is. But no, I like alcohol. Okay, let's be a little bit more controlled here. I've been trying to rush, but considering we have limited lives, like, you don't have to rush. Maybe that's part of my problem on this mode, is you can just kind of take it slow. If you have the angles, you can remove them before they even get to the objective or something. So let's... Fuck! Dang it. Fuck! Oh shit, he got hit too. Wow, yeah, we're just getting destroyed. Ooh, Yeah, I get that. I get that. You do definitely have to control it, and I know, like, sometimes I myself am not. I think I definitely drink too much. I think I also generally am in control. I take breaks, like month-long breaks and stuff, so it's not like I'm always drinking, but I definitely, oh shit. Wait, what? I got knocked out of the match there? That's kind of annoying. But yeah, no, absolutely. Self-control is fine, is great, and I totally respect just being like, yeah, no, I'm not even gonna start. I don't think drunkenness is a sin insofar as all that goes, but I totally respect that viewpoint, and yeah, it's definitely not great. I enjoy it. Like I said, maybe even more than I should. I don't think it's a sin, but it's definitely not healthy, and it's not something you should do all the time. And so yeah, I get just being like, yeah, no, we're not even gonna start that shit. Totally valid and respectable. And like I said, probably healthier. Wow, we're getting wrecked here. Drunkenness is sin. What's the drunkest state, by the way, if you don't mind? I mean, you mentioned you live there, so now I'm just curious. What is the drunkest state? I don't really know. I mean, I probably could look it up. If it really is the drunkest state, I could find it anyway. But yeah, what's the drunkest state, man? I want to say, like, I have no clue. It's just like, because that's where a bunch of the alcohol is made. I want to say like Kentucky or something like that. Wait. Wisconsin is the drunkest state? That is actually kind of, oh, fuck. What? What a fucking sweep, man. What a fucking sweep on that one. Holy shit. Give me another strike point win, please. Holy shit, that was a sweep, though. But yeah, that's actually surprising. Wisconsin as the drunkest state. Like, I'm not one of those people who hates the South, but I would have figured it was somewhere like I said, well, Kentucky's, you know, kind of mid in there, central or whatever. But yeah, I would have thought like somewhere along that line there. We had a week-long course on alcohol addiction in high school. Wow, the Wisconsin, that's like, I'll have to look into that. That just really does surprise me. I wouldn't have guessed. Like I said, I would have thought somewhere in the south or mid, like Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi. I mean, yeah, Mississippi has a bunch of problems and a bunch of alcohol use, and a bunch of those places do. So Wisconsin, yeah. Oh, okay, Wisconsin is the drunkest. Okay, interesting. But yeah, like I said, no, I totally respect. I'm just not going to do alcohol. It's not for everyone. It shouldn't be for everyone, and it's kind of weird. Like I talk about this sometimes. We also cook a lot of meth in Wisconsin. All right, but no, I mean, I've addressed the whole that I'm, you know, somewhat libertarian. I lean that way. It's not a hard and fast, I'm a libertarian and that's what we're doing here or whatever. But oh shit, I did that thing where I was going a specific direction with my thought and then just fucking lost it. But it is what it is. Oh wow, that's out of bounds. Okay, I don't know this mode at all. Frick, where's I going? Gotta be careful here too. We're gonna jump on someone. You know it. Someone's around here. Shit, I just totally lost my train of thought. Something about I guess just like, it's wild. And I'm not saying alcohol should be illegal. I love alcohol, clearly. But it's wild. Wait, what the fuck? What are we doing here? Fuck, man. I wasn't paying enough attention there. But yeah, just what I was getting at is I'm not saying we should make alcohol illegal. It clearly didn't work when they tried to make it illegal. Prohibition did not work. Despite the government's attempts to like poison the populace and kill their own citizens. There's my libertarianism coming out again. But yeah, it's wild that alcohol and especially tobacco, like tobacco kills a lot more people than alcohol. But yeah, it's wild these things are illegal while a bunch of the other drugs, and you can say like that they kill less because they're illegal, so they're less used or whatever. But like we had in the news the, you know, we're apparently going to war with we're going to war with Venezuela because they have the fent or whatever, which they didn't. It was cocaine. That like that's their big thing, is they're doing the cocaine. But yeah, so drugs are bad. Okay, we have to go to war with Venezuela because they do the drugs. Meanwhile, it's majority cocaine, which is like 25,000 deaths a year. Like, don't do cocaine either, clearly. But I think alcohol is 100K a year. I'm talking United States because I'm an American. Fuck everyone else. But yeah, nice. We won one. But yeah, alcohol is like 100K a year ish, I think. Tobacco's like 500K a year. Like, it's blowing cocaine out of the water. Like, you're at almost 1 million deaths between tobacco, again mostly tobacco, and like we can argue about whether or not these statistics are accurate. I mean, it's a little unclear how you break that all down, and it's like some people say some level of tobacco is good for you, or you know, nicotine specifically is good for you. So yeah, some people really like that stuff and think it's actually a health thing, and I can see it both ways. Like, I mean, I think it does have some benefits, and clearly also a lot of bad elements as well. So yeah, I always like to keep things nuanced, but point is, it's wild that we're saying, yes, it's wild that we're saying that the cocaine is bad while we have legal things that the state is actively participating in taking profit from. Like, they tax, oh, that was unfortunate, they tax cigarettes and alcohol, which kills a shit ton more than cocaine. I haven't looked into all the drugs. Fentanyl is a big problem. That was also largely attributed to legal and somewhat corrupt use of oxycodone and similar pharma drugs. So, but yeah, the whole thing's just, oh fuck. Yeah, exactly, in moderation, but some people can't moderate, and that's totally also fine to call out. It does get misused. Yeah, I'm dead. Fuck you. But yeah, no, it's just wild. It's just wild and very hypocritical that, again, I'm a libertarian. I think it should be legal, but like that alcohol and tobacco are legal and all these other things are not. And then we're also going to act like they're a massive problem. It's a really weird fucking situation. Oh my God, we have to stop the cocaine coming in from Venezuela. Meanwhile, the government is directly involved in taking profit from the taxation of a legal substance that kills 500 and 600-ish, and then another 100,000 from alcohol yearly. You're talking about killing 100,000. Killing's a bit overstated, since it is voluntary. People get in on it, and yeah, some people get addicted, but they're still choosing to partake in that. But yeah, it's just wild that they're trying to moral police cocaine and illegal drugs when they're involved in something that is killing much more. Yep. Okay, that's fine. I'm fine. I'm totally fine. Oh, I will say, I'm not a marijuana user myself. I've smoked it a couple times in my life, but it's not really my thing. I will say I think ironically it's better than the legal drugs. I think it's better. Like, I'm not saying everyone should use it recreationally. I think you have to be careful using any sort of those substances recreationally. But I will say, I think, and I say again, I say this as someone who does not partake in marijuana. I think marijuana is statistically healthier than the legal drugs for you. So I get people not liking it, but yeah, I think it's actually healthier than tobacco or my own drug of choice, alcohol. Like, people would be better. Like, we would have a healthier, I'm not sure society, but we'd have a healthier populace. Because yeah, again, marijuana does. It is true. The when people talk about, like, oh fuck, man. But yeah, when people talk about like it demotivating you, I mean, alcohol does as well. I don't know. I think cigarettes is stimulant, so that's not as big of a problem. But yeah, so there are downsides to marijuana, but I think on the whole it is healthier than some of the legal drugs. So yeah, you can say people shouldn't use it recreationally. You could say people shouldn't use anything recreationally, for that matter. Like, it is all unnecessary. It is all unnecessary. Alcohol, tobacco, all of that is unnecessary. But I don't have a huge problem with people using marijuana recreationally. I don't think it needs to be just a medical thing. But I will also say that a lot of people make it their identity or something. Stoners are fucking cringe. I've seen other people saying that, and I tend to agree. It's just like, why don't make anything your identity? It's just fucking weird. If you want to smoke the occasional marijuana, yes, smoke the occasional marijuana. I am a yep. Ah, fuck.
Take what you can
Shit.
carry.
But yeah, I don't really have a problem with that, but it's just like, yeah, it's cringe. It's cringe when you're like, oh, I'm a stoner, man. Stoner is my identity. That's my whole personality, is that I fucking smoke weed. It's like, don't do that. Don't do that. Had to deal with a lot of stoners. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like I said, stoners are obnoxious. I'm just saying, recreational marijuana use I don't have a huge problem with, but if you're making it your whole personality, that's pretty obnoxious. You're free to do whatever you want, and I think it's relatively unharmful as far as drugs go. There are, like I said, there are downsides. It does the whole demotivational thing is very true. Holy shit, I'm fucking losing here. Somehow not bottom though. I'm actually near the top. But yeah, so there are elements to marijuana use that is not good. That's for sure. But I think on the whole, it's relatively less harmful than some of the other things, including the legal things like I mentioned. But yeah, so I don't hate marijuana users, but stoners are kind of weird. Stoners are weird for sure.
Thank you.
Frick, I thought that was an enemy there. Vaping is really bad too. I haven't looked into it. I know a lot of people hate vapors. I'm gonna plead the fifth on that one. Like, there's some things I will take. Oh shit, oh shit. Is it just me? No, good, there's one more guy. Okay. Fuck, I couldn't see. I should have had that guy. But yeah, so honestly, I don't know enough about vaping to say. I don't know how it compares to cigarette thing. The Luddite in me just wants to say that it's worse than cigarettes. I don't really know. It seems like, it seems like kind of trendy, and I think it's weirdly marketed like it's like, oh, it's like cigarettes but like better for you. I'm not sure it is better for you, but so yeah, it seems like it just kind of replaced cigarettes. I don't know. That I'm just sticking with pleading the fifth there. I don't know enough about vaping to say one way or the other. But yeah, anyway, my main point was just it seems really. I'm not enjoying this mode. Let's get out. We'll do another something or other, and then probably just go right on to yapping. Because like I said, I just haven't been super inspired for Battlefield tonight. I didn't know what else to play though. Oh, I think we still want recon. So let's just do a. You know what? Let's do a bigger mode. Escalation, conquest. do conquest, and then we'll do a snipey. But yeah, I just don't know enough about vaping to say one way or the other. It does seem like it's definitely unhealthy. I don't know how it compares to all the other things though. But yeah, I can definitely feel that I'm a little strange today. Might be a bit of a weird stream. Okay, what are we doing? Might want to engineer here too to take out some of the enemy aircraft. Oh shit, there's a tank. Whoops, wrong fucking button. Just kind of hover over there. It is unfortunate there's a tank right there. Zoom out. I'm worried about this tank. Shit, I wish I had some way to deal with that. Someone take out this tank, man! Yeah, at this point I'm just kind of stuck trying to defend this point because I can't deal with that tank with this class. Fuck! Alright, bonus pass unlocked. Why did we get a, yeah, let's do, engineer, not that build, that? Sure. Why not? Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Where's the tank? Did the tank get destroyed? Alright. There's still a dude here? What the frick. Oh! Where the fuck is it? Did we destroy it? I can't see it on the map. There's so much smoke here, I can't detect where I'm supposed to be fucking shooting. Oh my god! Just throw that to keep him distracted. But yeah, there's a dude right down here somewhere. Oh my god. Again. Oh, close, man. But yeah, I'm off my game today. I knew it from the very start when I started playing. Even before I started playing, I'm just like, I'm uninspired. What are we doing? Wait, and I think we have someone on our team named Cannabis or something like that. It's kind of funny since we were talking about weed. Let's go back to the sniper. Oh, what a spawn! Thank you. Okay, can we like pick off some of these guys? This isn't the best. Yeah, I'm not hitting them from here. Someone took out someone I aimed at. That's something. That's something. But yeah, we'll probably just go over to Yapping pretty soon. How we doing? We control one right. Oh shit. Enemy jet spotted. Oh. Fuck.
Medic!
Oh, I want out, man.
I'm hit!
What do we have queued up for the yapping? Bu- 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 okay, a couple things. Whoa, what? What is triggering my bloom there, man? That doesn't usually happen.
Need a medic.
What is that light? I think because I pulled up a thing on my other monitor, it triggered extra bloom. I don't like it. I don't like it. We gotta fix that. But I think I know what happened. I think it was in relation to me switching monitors there on Firefox, which is freaking stupid, but it's what it is. It flashed. Did it flash earlier too? All right, I'll check it out. It's gonna be bloom settings, so I'll tune that down a little bit. I'm trying to. I don't know. I don't know enough about how all this stuff works. Frick. Frick! I got owned. Let me make a note of that right now, though. Bloom settings. Hell, I can just turn it down or even off right now to so it doesn't happen again. Bloom. We'll turn it off. What does that do? That's kind of cool. Boop boop boop. All right, but yeah, we'll just leave it off. It does mean the hair elements won't glow. I'm not sure they were glowing anyway. Like I said, I don't know enough about that. I'm gonna have to figure out how this all works. And then, frick, can't see. But yeah, I'm gonna have to, if I want good glow effects, I think I'm gonna have to go into Unity. I'm gonna have to download Unity. I want that for facial expressions as well anyway, so, but yeah, I'm gonna have to do some more work on my model is what I'm getting at. Fuck! Dude, like I said, I just knew going in today that this wasn't gonna be my prime pro gaming night, and I just kind of want out. I'm not sure if we'll play a different game or yap or whatever, but yeah, this isn't doing it for me. Let's go medic. Medic is my. All right, let's go engineer, because there's tanks and choppers and shit flying around. Let's go hunt down let's go hunt down a tank. I'm looking at map respectfully. Fuck! Found the tank, man. Found the tank. Why the fuck keep stuttering? I don't know who's stuttering. Get their heli. Okay, you know what? Let's get their heli. Where's the heli? Where's the heli? Ah, shit. That was a greedy push, but still. A little annoying how hard I'm getting wrecked tonight. Yeah. Where's their heli? I've been requested to take out their heli, but I don't know where it is. There's a aircraft. Get fucked, hopefully. Yep, they had the flares. Can we do it again? What do I even say? Hey, we hit it though. Did we get a kill? I don't know if we got a kill, but we completed that. Thank you. We completed the challenge. That's something. I like that. I'll take it. Jeez, I got fucking pistoled in the head though. Also, I hadn't even thought about it, but why is there no deagle in this game? There's just whoa! Hey, we got a warfighter SCW. But yeah, why is there no? Whoa, shit! I'm gonna crash out, man. I'm gonna fucking crash out. But yeah, why is there no deagle? Get me a deagle. Let's go to there. Can you get me in there? Okay, it's fine. Here's her heli. But yeah, there's a couple big revolvers, but there's no deagle, and deagle's a classic, man. Can we cap this? It's just me, it looks like. Oh, we're contested. We're contested. Bro. Gonna lose my mind. $3-9. Hey, Elysium there. 6-7. Frick. Ah, sniper down below. Dude, I'm in pain. All right, let's do assault. Why not? Do assault and push aggressively for where we can. But yeah, this is not great. This is not great. I'm pushing respectfully. Shit. Oh wow, we have a tank in B there. That's fine. Oh shit. Got him. Good shit, good shit. I think we got a chopper there too. Nice. We have captured. All right. D. I'm just gonna. Whoa. Oh, that's a tank? I don't know how they're hitting me through the wall, but it is what it is. I'm suffering. Dang, they're still taking B. I don't see tanks. Let's just stick with, whoops. Minnesota by Magnum Research. Deagle. All right. Good shit, Minnesota. Fuck, that's a sniper. Dude, I'm just not used to these big maps. Like, it's freaking pissing me off. I'm just like, oh shit, that's it. Wait, oh. You're under it? Those are always frustrating. Like, I don't begrudge campers. A lot of people are like, I hate campers, how dare you? But like, holding the corner, that's completely respectable. Hiding under a fucking van or building or something like that's gonna fucking trigger me. Like, that just feels so bad. Holy shit. Oh my, like, yeah. It's not my night. We're just getting wrecked. Including gun down. 411. Pain. Okay, I see a tank. Let's go NG. Oh, I see a hello kitty. Okay, that's a friendly. There's a tank. There's a tank. Let's go see if we can't help out by taking out that tank. There's one.
We lost objective Delta.
And we got pushed. We got pushed. Yeah. Maybe we like, yeah. Again, it's just kind of weird. Like, I just knew going in I wasn't feeling it tonight. Maybe we should have just yapped. Maybe we should have just yapped from the very start. The friends we made were the yapping along the way.
I'm bleeding out! Medic!
We're getting absolutely obliterated. Holy shit. Just like me, but also just the whole team. Like, we're not controlling the objectives. We can't. Let's see if we can't help out with E here. E? I don't really want to go out on a lias. What is your view on gun rights? Shall not be infringed. And like I've said, like, libertarian's such a broad thing. Like, even though I do consider myself a libertarian, like, just being like, oh fuck, like, as a libertarian, I'm not taking shots. You know the way I phrase things can be a little weird and abrasive sometimes. But yeah, no attack on you. But just like, as a libertarian, something like being asked, as a libertarian, how do you feel about, like, I'm just like, dude, I'm a libertarian, but how dare you call me a libertarian? But yeah, it's such a broad camp. It's such a broad camp. There's left-wing libertarians, which I don't consider real libertarians. There's right-wing libertarians. There's anyway, but yeah, no, as a libertarian, what is your view on gun rights? As unrestricted as possible. I think, like, I mean, what do I even say? Like, I'm pro gun. I'm pro Second Amendment. I think some restrictions, but as few as possible. And the interesting thing is, the main restrictions are like, should criminals get guns? And my view on that is, ex-felons, like people who have been incarcerated on felonies but who are out, should absolutely have gun rights. But the caveat there is, I want better control on who's getting out of prison too. That sounds weird as a libertarian, because a lot of libertarians are just like, oh no, the state's the enemy, and you know, prison, whatever, is bad. I mean, most don't take it. How do these people keep getting through? I'll have to figure out how to ban that one too. Speaking of libertarian, oh shit. Ah, fuck, man. Yeah, this just isn't my day as far as Battlefield goes. But yeah, so gun rights. Yeah, no, everyone has gun rights, including felons. But we need to stop letting people who aren't ready to be out in society back out into society. So in that respect, I want people. Yeah, I know, right? I want more people kept in prison. Maybe less people imprisoned, but I want the worst offenders kept in prison. But yeah, I think once you've done your time and come back out, you should have your full rights restored. So yeah, basically anyone judged suitable to be back out in society. Oh, that's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. Should civilians be able to own battleships? Historically, and founding fathers, absolutely. I mean, that is the. Let's see. I don't like this mode, so let's go ahead and get out of there. We might play one more, maybe just something casual like team deathmatch or something like that. But yeah, should civilians be able to own battleships? Again, if we're talking just historically and intent-wise, yes, absolutely. That. I mean, and if we're extrapolating, civilians should be able to own nukes and stuff. The issue there is, the price is so, like, you have economic issues that are very prohibitive. So you're ending up with a situation where only, like, if you say everyone should be able to own battleships, obviously 99% of people will not be able to afford battleships. So you're putting battleships in the hands of just the ultra rich, which ends up with some sort of system where the elite rule over us, similar to what we have now. So I don't know. You could view that as a balance point, checks and balances against the government. But it's still kind of weird saying that if anyone can own battleships, clearly in that system, not every, like you and I are not going to be able to afford to own a battleship. So it still ends up with the elites ruling over us. But I don't know if that would be worse or better than the government. Honestly, again, it's the libertarian mindset. But my instinct is that more freedom is better. You do have to check that with other things. There are definite failings within the libertarian mindset, and I say that as a libertarian. It's not a solution to the world's problems. Unfortunately, I wish it was, but it's not, and I don't promote it as such. But it's also hard to say that more freedom wouldn't provide better results, because currently we just have all this in the hands of the government. So would it be like, imagine if choose your fighter, like Elon Musk or something like that. Imagine if Elon Musk had a navy that could not necessarily rival, but at least provide a slight challenge and risk of damage. Like if Elon Musk had a personal navy that, and I'm not even a big Elon Musk fan, he's got his issues too, but I'm saying just someone who has some of those leanings and has the money to back that up. If Elon Musk had a navy that could, again, not necessarily rival, you can't really rival the biggest country on earth, but at least provide danger to, whether that's sinking a ship, bombing a military base, bombing a city for that matter. If you had a private entity like Elon Musk who had that power, it's hard to say that would be worse, because currently you just have monetary powers at play. You have the big donors pushing their influence on the government. So no matter what, you're gonna have various people pushing influence on whatever power system you have in place. So even if you did away with the government, you'd still have someone pushing their unequal power on someone else. That's just kind of how it is. So just to break it down to the basics, you said, should civilians be able to own battleships? Like maybe I can't really think of a scenario where that's actually worse than our current situation is this thing. I'm not saying I'm in favor of it. I'm not saying, oh, that seems like something we should strive for. That's an ideal we should strive for. But just thinking it through, I can't really think of it being worse than our current situation either. So should civilians be able to own battleships? Sure. I think so. Sure. Maybe they should be able to own battleships. Yeah, absolutely. Give them the battleship. Well, not give them, because that's not very libertarian, but if they can afford to buy a battleship, they should have a battleship. I think that's fine. Again, not necessarily great, but still better than whatever you want to call our current democratic republic system of fake democracy and voting. So I don't know. Sure. Yeah. Checks and balances. Absolutely. Civilians should be able to own battleships. Go for it. And again, if we're looking historically, it's absolutely in line with the founding fathers, who weren't exactly libertarians. I mean, some people try to claim them as left or right or libertarian or whatever. It's kind of a mix. It's a complex situation, like you were saying, with a complex question. But yeah, what the founding fathers believed in, that's a little complex, and it doesn't really fit into our current paradigm. But if you look at it, the initial United States and the pre-United States were borrowing warships from private citizens. Private citizens absolutely have the rights, back then at least, to own warships and private armadas and cannons, and firearms. And so yeah, you had the United States Revolutionary Forces borrowing, but by what today's standards would be like the highest end military equipment. You had the United States government, it wasn't a government at the time, but you had the United States government borrowing and begging for military equipment from the people. That's back in the day. That's what was happening. You had them borrowing warships. You had the government borrowing cannons, and which would nowadays be missiles or even nukes or something. However you want to analogize it. You had the government borrowing the military equipment from the people, and also just setting the people loose on their enemies with. So yeah, they're like, hey, we need your warship. So yeah, no, I mean, I'd say absolutely. Again, it's a little complicated and it's a little hard to just kind of throw that into the modern paradigm as well. It's not one for one. So yeah, is it something I'm in favor of? Again, complicated, who knows. But again, I don't think you could do much worse. So I generally err on the side of freedom on that. So yeah, again, I have to think about it. I have to kind of go through things, but generally, yeah, sure. Civilians should be able to own battleships is my answer to that. Let's see. What are we doing here? We did our dailies, which is the main thing. Do we just yap? Do we do a, you know what? Let's do like a, where is it? Squad deathmatch, team deathmatch. Yeah, let's just do a basic deathmatch here and see where we end up, and then we might go right on to yapping. I have a few things to yap about today. Not sure I want to get into the heavier politics, but so we might just do some more, there's a couple, streamer drama, high guard stuff, but we could get into the ice stuff a little bit, either by Piers Morgan or Clint Russell. Brandon Herrera did something about the ice shooting. That could be interesting. I don't know where he comes down on it. So yeah, maybe, again, I haven't really wanted to talk about that just because it does upset me. It's not something I like, and it's pretty divisive. And I think a lot of people on both sides have had really bad takes on it, which is just disappointing. But yeah, we might do something like that, because again, not that anyone owes anyone that opinion, but yeah, deep questions. Yeah, so maybe we do just double down on that and do that. But yeah, so that's also been a debate about whether like streamers owe an opinion. I don't think they do. I think it's down to the streamer, or not necessarily streamer, but content creator. Oh, I'm glad I won that. But did we trade? No, someone else got me. That's fine. Whoa, almost spilled that. That's fine. But yeah, so I don't think streamers or content creators, however you say it, owe anyone an opinion on any particular topic. But on the flip side, there are topical issues that if you're a political content creator, again, you don't owe anyone that, but it's like, it's kind of weird if you dodge it. So to some extent, I do feel like I owe my viewers, such as it is. Nice. I'm glad I'm not totally shit. That's fine. Didn't see him. It's fine. I was already wounded. I don't regret. Fuck. I don't regret that. But yeah, so I don't think I owe anyone an opinion on the ice shooting, but I do feel like as someone who has chosen to be someone engaged in the political spectrum on that sort of thing, that to some extent I should talk. Oh shit. To some extent I should talk about it, so we might do some yapping on that. It shouldn't surprise anyone. I think it's a complicated issue, and I see some fault. Where'd that fucking guy go? Someone must have killed him, right? He was just right there in front of the wall and then just fucking disappeared. Yeah, I mean, he's dead there. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, there's been some fucking weird drama. Just back to whether or not streamers. So yeah, I'm already dodging. I'm like, you should talk about it, but then I'm like, oh, let's talk about something else instead for now. But yeah, on the topic of whether or not streamers owe their audience talking about controversial opinions or something like that, there's been a really fucking weird. Where'd that fucking guy go, dude? This is not my night. Nope. I'm not sure you caught the drama. I'm not sure how plugged in you are on Twitter and stuff like. Oh fuck. On Twitter or anything like that, but the I don't even like to break it down like that, but it's the current situation. So on the ICE issue, there have been, oh, that's kind of a cool point. Drama cells. This is just bullying though. Like, you can then talk about the drama, but what I'm getting at is there's been a situation where the, again, I don't like to break it down, but it's just based on the current issue, the anti-ICE side, so the leftists, the people who want to make a big deal out of, and again, I do think there's an issue there to be addressed, but the anti-ICE side has been bullying some creators. I've seen mostly Tomo, who is apolitical but has an American flag in the bio. She is a tomboy horse military but apolitical VTuber, and they really want her to say fuck ICE. Like, they've been demanding she say fuck ICE, and she's just been like, that I don't talk about that sort of shit one way or the other, and they have been after her hard, and it's pretty annoying because it's clearly getting to her and it's getting to some of the other people they've been trying to bully. It's just like, we talked about it a little bit the other day when we were talking about like whether or not streamers should be political, and my answer was content creators who want to get engaged in politics should absolutely be political. Like, there shouldn't be a stigma against being political. There are some people who think that all VTubers send her to the glue factory. Yeah, okay, so you did see that, but there was more about, like, a bunch of people are attacking her too, not just the glue tweet, but yeah. Yeah, and that's just because she didn't want to get involved, because she was apolitical, not because of a political take. They want to, like, I mean, that's somewhat memey, but they want to kill her because she doesn't have an opinion on something, not because she does have an opinion on something. It's absolutely insane. But yeah, anyway, my take on the should streamers be political, I don't think it should be a stigma. I don't like the people who are like purists, absolute purists, and saying that VTubers come from idol culture and you have to just, your prime objective has to be to entertain the audience. Of course I want to entertain the audience, but you shouldn't have to build your whole thing around being say so and all that. You shouldn't have to be just, that shouldn't be your only thing. But yeah, the idea is it's because they think she's right-wing coded. Yeah, because they're fucking retarded. And again, like, it's not just her they've been going after, but yeah, I get why she, oh my god, we're just fucking ass, but that is what it is. But yeah, I get why they're going after her, but they've been going after a bunch of other people too, and it's just, it's fucking sad. But yeah, anyway, I know I'm rambling a little bit. We'd already had a bit to drink. So yeah, we're a little spacey. We were already a little spacey before that too, but and yeah, let's just switch over here. I think we will find something to yap about. Let's go ahead and full cam here. But yeah, should content creators be political? I think they should be allowed to be political, but you definitely shouldn't force politics on people who are apolitical. Like, if a content creator's content is purely entertainment, purely fun, purely more that, again, that more traditional, that is definitely more the origin of the entertainment medium of VTubing, that people are not political, that they're just trying to, you know, make their audience happy, and it's somewhat fake. Like, it's more fake, it's the idol culture thing. That's totally fine, but I don't think anyone should try to say that that's the only way you can the VTube, that you're not allowed a political opinion. Of course you are, but trying to bully people into having a political opinion, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You should be allowed to have an opinion. You should also be allowed to not have an opinion or not try to be forced into it. So it's I say this as a political creator. It's disgusting, these people trying to bully, and I'd say that either way it goes. Like, I don't want right-wingers coming in to apolitical people and being like, you have to say make America great again or some shit like that. Like, that would also be disgusting. But yeah, apolitical entertainment entertainers do not owe you their political loyalty. they're there to make people have a good time. They're there to spread joy, and the people who come and try to ruin that because they're so politics brained are absolute pieces of shit. So yeah, it's really weird to see all these people being like, you have to say fuck ICE, or you're on the side of the fascists or whatever. It's like they don't have to say fuck ICE, and they're not on the side of the fascists. They're on the on the side of continuing to create the content they've always created. Just because a unfortunate real world event happened does not mean that they have to change their entire content to suit some random person who's trying to bully them. You have to fucking stop here, guys. You have to stop. Stop it. Get some help. That's all we can say on that. Let's see here. What would we want to react to first? I mean, I guess we could just jump into some of the heavy shit if we wanted. Let's just because I don't know which way it's gonna break, let's actually jump to the pull it up immediately. Yes, cool, it will. Alrighty, everybody. Welcome to another React video. We're going to react to Brandon Herrera here. I like how I immediately start talking differently when we pull up the React stuff. It's the classic YouTuber intro there. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Leave a comment, like, and subscribe. No, anyway. I've been reluctant to talk about the ICE thing, as I was talking about previously in my live stream. It's a somewhat upsetting situation, and I think a bunch of people on both sides are mishandling it grossly. I decided to jump into this because I don't really know which side again, that's already overly politicized. I don't know what his stance is going to be, so I think that's a good way to ease into the situation. I might very well agree with him. I might disagree with him. I like Brandon Herrera. I don't know what his take is going to be on this particular shooting, but let's go ahead and and it's Brandon Herrera and I didn't even know you could collab like that on YouTube. But anyway, we've got Brandon Herrera and Donut Operator. Donut Operator is pretty pro law enforcement as a law enforcement guy, but I have seen law enforcement people who are usually pro law enforcement also take the against stance on this shooting, so that doesn't necessarily tell us anything. But anyway, let's go in and see what Brandon Herrera and I guess Donut Operator have to say about this current ICE shooting. And it's from a day ago now, so there will be some new information. Like this will not cover Alex Preddy's actions from 2 weeks ago or something like that, two or 3 weeks ago, which I mean, I think we all already knew that Alex Preddy was a liberal agitator. Some people are saying, like, I saw the new video, which was him like spitting on and kicking and breaking a cop's a presumably ICE agent's car or something, which of course is not good. I fucking hate that. Like, that's not how you should behave. But I don't think it really has much of an effect on the current thing. Like, again, I already assumed he was that kind of person. It doesn't change my opinion on the outcome of the shooting. So yeah, I don't really know why a bunch of people are acting like this is some sort of dunk that, oh, look, he's a violent agitator. It's like, but what was he doing on the day he was shot? That's what really matters. And again, I already assumed he was this kind of person anyway. So everyone like, oh, see, he's actually a fucking shitlib. It's like, yeah, I knew he was a shitlib. That doesn't change whether or not he deserved to die, or whether or not like ICE behaved perfectly. Or again, it's a lot of people say ICE. It was Border Patrol. Like it's hard to break that habit because it was initially reported that it was ICE, but it was Border Patrol. But yeah, it doesn't really change what happened on that day. And it certainly doesn't change my opinion on any of that stuff because I try to look at things objectively, and I already knew that like he was, like, you can see from the very first video that he was agitating. He was out there in the road blocking traffic, and not that filming is a crime, but he was filming them. He's like, oh, look, and then he did push an ICE agent, or sorry, a Border Patrol, when they initially, again, I think they were the aggressors there. They pushed the woman and then him maybe not him first. He might have pushed them first, and then they pepper sprayed him or whatever. But anyway, the border patrol did aggress on the protesters first. Although again, they were obstructing. Anyway, it's a complicated issue. But this idea that, and I like how this rant is all from just the very fact that this was just a day ago. That's what I'm reacting to right now. It's just the video age. I'm reacting to the video age. But yeah, no, a lot of people are looking at the new video and saying like, oh, see, you were wrong to think that he didn't deserve to be killed or something like that. And it's like, I don't think it really affects things one way or the other. And I already assumed most of that stuff that was in the new video anyway, which again does not mean I condone it. I think a lot of people on both sides, including Alex Preddy, behaved very poorly. Anyway, let's go see what Brandon Herrera and Donut Operator have to say about this. I like how we're
being legally armed in
4 minutes in. Anyway, and it's just me ranting. Let's go.
Being legally armed in itself is never a legal or moral justification for being shot by law enforcement. Period.
Very good. And I hope he does address the absolute terrible statements from the Trump administration. That's Trump himself. That's Kristi Noem. That's Stephen Miller. That's Steve Bessent, I believe. I'm missing one. Kash Patel. I think Bongino has weighed in. Yeah, anyway, a bunch of these people have just said absolutely retarded shit on the issue. It's one of the wildest things about the whole event for me is just that the based outsider Trump administration, Republican, MAGA group is in some of their messaging indistinguishable from Democrats. Then the Democrats are pretending to be pro Second Amendment as well. Like, oh, you have a right to carry a gun to a protest. Bro, we all saw what you were talking about, Kyle Rittenhouse, and you all said that Ashley Babbitt deserved to die. Like, the people, that's the most frustrating thing about the whole thing for me, and why I've been a little reluctant to dive into it, is I'm just absolutely disgusted by the reactions on both sides, because people are not reacting from a place of principle, which is one of the things I value most, is just being honest and having principles. Neither side is doing that. You have the right saying you can't carry a semi-automatic high-capacity assault pistol, and you have the left saying that you can carry those to protests and fight with law enforcement. What are we actually doing here? So yeah, Ashley Babbitt's murder was justified, and Kyle Rittenhouse should have been locked up as a murderer, but also we support Alex Preddy's right to carry a gun while shoving police officers. You just don't have it both ways. It's absolutely a mess. And again, the attitudes is almost worse than the event itself. The event itself was tragic. The reactions by both sides has been an absolute mess and very depressing. It's just like, can we please have some principles here? I don't want my base Trump administration being indistinguishable from leftists just because their federal agents are the ones who killed someone this time. Like, I hate to do the whole imagine if the roles were reversed, but imagine if this had been a right-wing protest and Alex Preddy was a right-winger and had been killed under the Biden administration. Each side would have completely swapped. We'd be having the exact opposite discussion right now, because people don't fucking have principles.
So we all saw what happened this weekend with the shooting of Alex Preddy. Or rather, depending on where you lie on the political spectrum, we all saw our own version of what happened. Multiple camera angles, multiple statements, and still a radical divide as to what actually occurred. A lot of big feelings in the room right now.
Yeah.
I mean, the internet's absolutely on fire about it. Even in the real world, it's all everybody's talking about. I know people have been hounding me to talk about it, which really means they have been hounding me to validate their own opinion. But I'm going to take a step back.
Absolutely. That's what I was saying. Like, when people are like, hey, talk about something, they want their opinions validated. And I'm not important enough for anyone to have hounded me for my opinion, but again, I still felt sort of an obligation to weigh in, and I think, like I said, I like that I don't exactly know where he's going to come down on this, and I think that's a good place to start, where I can just kind of bounce my opinions off Brandon Herrera's, and I guess, like I said, I guess Donut Operators is going to be in here. So yeah, I can bounce my own opinions off whatever they end up saying because I don't know where this is going. But yeah, no, I think this it's a mess sums it up very perfectly. The whole thing's a absolute mess. Each side has their opinions and are demanding that everyone view things in the way they do. And I don't. Again, I have massive criticisms for both sides. I won't get into that now because I have a tendency to make reacts way too long. So we'll just let this play, and when I feel it's relevant to say what those both sides' faults are, I will inject that in there. But for now, let's just keep going.
Back for a minute. And, I've been thinking about this a lot over the last day or two, and I think I'm going to approach this using the one thing that the internet fucking hates: nuance.
I wish I'd called that, because that has been my thing too. I'm like, we're doing nuance, and the internet hates it. Yep. Yep. Again, I keep kind of joking about, like, if you're gonna talk politics, at least be so nuanced you're pissing off everyone. That's my thing. And again, I'm proud of it. I wish I had a big enough audience so that I could, like, pat myself on the back for actually taking a stand when it affects me. But yeah, I'm gonna have the opinion that I'm gonna have my own opinion no matter what, and I don't really care what my audience says. I'm gonna be respectful to them, because not being respectful to your audience is fucking retarded. I will never finger wag my audience. I don't care if you think Alex Preddy was completely innocent and the feds absolutely murdered him. I don't care if you think that he was a communist agitator and totally deserved to die. I don't agree with either of those statements. I'm not going to drive anyone who says those out of my audience, though, and I will happily debate anyone on that. But yeah, no, I'm gonna have my own opinion, and it's just how it is. I will always try my hardest to avoid audience capture, and I'm just gonna tell it how it is.
Using the one thing that the internet fucking hates: nuance. Taking an open mind and looking through the facts.
Yep.
Trying to remove my own biases. A sense of poise and rationality, I think. I've given it a lot of thought, and I'm trying to check my own biases so that I can present the information in a way that I believe makes the most sense.
I hope he succeeds.
And is, pretty close to fair and balanced. No, not this time. So long story short, if you're expecting me to blindly hop on the fuck ICE or the thin blue line all the time, no matter what camp, you're going to be sorely disappointed. I'm going to take a look at the facts, and
I hope he sticks to this, because so far I'm very pleased. Again, I had no clue what stance he would take going in. It could have gone either way. Like I said, I like Brandon, but it absolutely could have gone either way. I mean, I don't think he would have said fuck ICE, but he could have been jumping totally on board. The ICE did nothing wrong. We'll just have to keep going and see what he has to say. But I like it so far. I like the stance. I like the I'm not jumping on either side.
I'm going to show you where I fall, given the information I have right now at the time. We could get a new piece of information tomorrow.
Oh, so it was actually recorded 2 days ago now. Okay.
Completely changes every part about this story, which is why I normally like to wait a couple days on stuff like this, especially when it's right there on the razor edge. But man, I tried saying I was going to wait a couple days and wait for the facts to come out, and I got shit on by the radicals of both sides. So
yep.
I guess it's 2020.
I fucking hate it. Again, like, that's kind of wild too, that he's getting shit on by both sides. I mean, as more of a right winger, you'd think he just wouldn't even care, and I'm not sure he does care, but he's just pointing out they were shitting on him. But, like, who cares if the left shits on him, because they hate him anyway, because he's a pro-gun right winger Republican. Yeah. I don't know, but anyway, no, it's just wild. Like, yeah, if you don't immediately have an opinion, I saw someone calling Count Dankula a bootlicker for not immediately jumping into, I forget which side they wanted it on, but he's just like, yeah, no, so I'm not a bootlicker for wanting, I'm a bootlicker for wanting to wait for more information before I condemn either side or something like that. But yeah, no, I appreciate the people who don't immediately throw in on all this shit, because again, it's a very complicated, messy situation. We don't know exactly the thing. I really can see arguments either way. I think it was a badly handled shoot, at least. Whether or not that's a illegal shoot remains to be seen. And I don't think even matters. Like, that's the thing. I don't think it matters whether it's deemed legal or not. The feds killed a American citizen. I'm not saying that's always wrong, but my point is I don't hold a whole lot of weight in the courts, and whether they say it was a good shoot or a bad shoot doesn't really change whether or not it actually is a good shoot or a bad shoot. I think they handled it poorly, but I can also absolutely see this their side of things. Like, I I personally think they should have been faster to pin him down so that he couldn't have posed a even alleged threat. Um, but also you have to realize that the video happens so fucking quickly. Like, everyone's like, and I this was my initial reaction too, is that like 6 guys should have been able to pin this guy down. But if I'm steel manning the ice position, it happens so quickly. They were kind of still working on it. Like 4 of the 6 guys, I'm not sure if it was 6 or 7. Don't say it. But yeah, I'm not sure if it was 4. I'm not sure if it was 6 or 7 guys, but like only 2 of them were kind of holding him down, or the others were kind of milling around or something. But yeah.
Gotcha, bitch.
What now?
Gotcha, bitch.
If you don't get it, for the viewers there, 6'7" now has a emote that it says my IQ is 6'7". Anyway, that was fun though. But yeah, anyway, no, I didn't even mean to do that bait, but then I knew it was coming. So anyway, yeah, so there was, let's just say six guys pinning him down. But only like 2 of them really were, and it all happened so quick. And I do believe in the aftermath that, like, I do think the ICE age, again, Border Patrol, not ICE. I do think the feds that shot Alex Preddy did believe he posed a threat, because you can see afterwards a couple of them scrambling around. So yeah, some people were saying this is damning. I actually think this more, not necessarily exonerates them, because I do think it was generally not a good shoot, but it's definitely is in their favor that they thought he had a gun. Like, you can see a couple of them scrambling around being like, where's the gun? They didn't realize the other agent had taken it from him. They thought he legitimately posed a threat when they shot him. And again, you can feel how you want about that they killed an American citizen, but I do think they posed a threat. So I do think they thought he posed a threat. I think that's pretty genuine. I still don't really like the whole thing, of course, but again, you can definitely steelman either side. You can totally see where they're coming from. I think unarguably, also it was a SIG. I know, man. I know it was SIG P320, man. The gun that fucking goes off. But yeah, so that's another theory, and definite possibility. It's really hard to see it, because whenever you break this down not even second, but millisecond by millisecond, it's very easy to make any sort of thing line up. We saw a lot of this in the Charlie Kirk assassination as well, where you can kind of line up anything, including the wilder conspiracies. Like, oh, you can see that Charlie Kirk jerks to the side when this guy like squeezes his thumb or something like that. This guy clearly had a remote control for an explosive that blew up the mic. Or this guy had his arm under his shoulder. He had a stealthy air pistol. You can see the sound lines up with or the motion lines up with this guy was shooting Charlie Kirk with a stealthy air pistol under his arm or something like that. Point is, when these things happen and we have this sort of video, you can break it down and try to make anything match up, and it often will. That doesn't mean it's fact, but there is a strong argument for, at the very least, it lining up very closely that the agent who disarms Alex Preddy negligently discharges, whether that's his own fault or a fault of the firearm, but the agent that grabs Alex Preddy's gun shoots the pistol into the ground as he's moving away from the incident, and that triggers the other agents to think that Alex Preddy has fired on them, and they open fire on him. And the other thing is just like the one agent. The other explanation for that first shot is the other agent freaks out, or even maliciously. I haven't seen a whole lot of people. I mean, the left is saying that. I don't really think that it was malicious. I think it was mostly incompetent. But the other issue is that the other explanation for that first shot is that an agent just intentionally discharges his firearm into Alex Preddy, or even misses. It's unclear if the first shot hits anything. But anyway, and then from there, but both those line up. So it was either a negligent discharge, in my opinion, from the P320 that was disarmed from Alex Preddy, or an agent shoots at Alex Preddy, and then the other agents think they're under fire and launch off that. Anyway, like I said, very complicated situation, very messy, plenty of different explanations, and I think no matter how you cut it, I think there were definite screw ups on both sides, and I don't like how it broke, and I don't like how it resolved, and more importantly, I don't like the narratives. Like, that's the thing. Again, I don't want to talk too much. We're just like 2 minutes in here, but that's my main complaint with this whole thing. Of course, the incident ideally shouldn't have happened at all, but even if you completely say the shoot is justified, the administration response has been absolutely abysmal, especially if you're a conservative. Like, it's one thing to say, oh, like, as a liberal, I didn't want this to happen at all, and I hate Trump, and he's doing all this fucking absurd shit that his administration is. But like, as a conservative, you have the administration lying about a dead American citizen. No matter how you feel about that dead American citizen and a commie agitator or whatever, it's so fucking tribal. And again, that's why I didn't want to talk about this. That's why I put it off a little bit. It's so fucking tribal. You don't have, like, you can think the administration screwed up, and they've clearly lied about it, saying like that even possessing a gun and magazines, fully loaded assault magazine clip capacity, cartridges or whatever. Fucking Besant was the most clueless on the gun stuff, but everyone else has also done poorly. But yeah, that everyone conservative should be condemning those fucking statements, but everyone's so tribal. They're like, oh no, he clearly shouldn't have brought in a fully semi-automatic assault pistol, military style assault pistol with high capacity clip cartridges to a protest. Anyway, so yeah, what I'm getting at is, even if you say the shooting was justified, the response afterwards, I think inarguably the federal government is lying about a United States citizen they just killed. And that's pretty disgusting, and everyone should be up in arms about, not literally, guys. I don't think I'm allowed to say that, but yeah, they should be up in arms about the federal government's response to the killing of a American citizen. And again, if this had been Biden or Clinton or something like that, like a lot of people have been playing comparisons to Ruby Ridge or Waco or the Bundy boys, the Bundy militia, Bundy family in I believe Oregon, who took over a fucking federal building. It was I believe, unused federal building. There wasn't violence or anything, but it was an armed takeover of a federal building by a bunch of right-wing militia guys. And if we were just going by the Trump administration's response to this shooting, all of those people should have been gunned down because they dared go against law enforcement while being armed. But meanwhile, back then they were hailed as heroes because they were going against was that Biden? That might have even been Obama. But yeah, anyway, it's just like, again, I want principles. I want people to actually have morals and stick to their guns regardless of who's in charge. But yeah, no, it's it's insane. A bunch of so-called conservatives. Again, it's not either or. You can say Alex Preddy was a communist shitlib agitator and also criticize the federal government lying about how they killed him and why they killed him. Like that he had a gun was clear intent that he wanted to gun down as many federal agents as he possibly could. There's zero evidence that he wanted to commit mass violence. You can say what you want about his character and how he behaved on that day, but I think the federal government is arguing facts, not in evidence.
26, and everybody prefers a fast opinion to an informed one. So, here we go. So, in my mind, there's 4 options here.
Okay.
1, it's ICE's fault.
Okay.
2, it's Preddy's
fault. Yep.
3,
Okay.
it's Sig's fault. 2,
Yep.
it's Preddy's fault. 3, it's Sig's fault. Oh yeah, it was a SIG P320 that was involved in the incident, and if I find out that's what initiated all of this, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Okay, I'm cool, but I swear whoever's writing this season of American News is going out of their way to fuck with me. And 4, it's a combination of all of those things.
I'm going with 4 here.
A melting pot of a bad...
Possibly, I hate to fucking defend SIG, but it's unclear if the fact that it was a SIG played a part. So honestly, 3 is the least likely of the bunch, I think. I mean, 3, if it's a combination, is the least likely. Like, it could have been exclusively SIG's fault. I don't think it's 1 or 2. It could honestly be 3, although, I mean, I think that would still also... I think no matter what, ICE should have behaved better, and I think no matter what, Preddy should have behaved better, but yeah, if it's a combination, whatever, who knows?
So I'm going to try to walk through this point by point and address the different angles.
Nice.
Now, first, let's address the elephant in the room. Being legally armed in itself is never a legal or moral justification for being shot by law enforcement. Period. Exercising your Second Amendment rights is not a death sentence.
Yep.
And I don't think anybody's actually making the argument that exclusively because he was armed, he deserved to be shot.
I will say people are... That's a good pause too, by the way. But I will say, even if they're misspeaking, I do think people are making that argument, including, like I said, the federal government, the Trump administration's response has been almost to say that, yes, he had a gun, so he should have been killed, and he was clearly a terrorist because he had a gun. So yeah, you can say they're misspeaking, but that is the rhetoric coming from the administration, unfortunately.
The argument that exclusively because he was armed, he deserved to be shot. Okay, a few fucking idiots on the internet are making that argument, but anybody with above a room temperature IQ, I think understands that that's insane. He had every legal right to be there, and he had every legal right to be armed, including the extra magazines and the, red dot sight. Yeah, some people try to use the extra magazine.
Yeah. And yeah, so the people saying it was customized, so it was clearly like military grade. And oh my god, let's move on.
As like a declaration of intent, which admittedly to most people probably sounds a bit excessive, but also Minneapolis in the middle of a riot, so fair enough. I wouldn't go to Minneapolis without a gun. Actually, I wouldn't even go with a gun. Fuck that place. But the fact of the matter is, multiple magazines and a red dot sight doesn't prove any intent to harm officers. In fact, in my opinion, I have not been presented with any evidence that he was there with the intent to shoot ICE officers. Was he there to...
I think he clearly wasn't. I think he was, like I said, I think he was an agitator. I've never defended him. I agree, fuck the Twin Cities, yeah. But yeah, no, I think there's zero evidence that he was there to do mass violent harm. I think he was an agitator. I think he was someone who I would have greatly disagreed with if we'd talked politics. I think he might have even been so deranged that he would love it if I was dead. Like, he might very well cheer on my death. That's the weird thing a lot of people do not want to fucking comprehend, is that I can say bad things happened here without defending Alex Preddy or saying he's a good person or taking his side. My point is not that Alex Preddy did nothing wrong and that he's a good American patriot or something. He is, by many respect my enemy. That doesn't mean the people who killed him behaved correctly either, though. And I have concerns with how it was executed. Executed. I have concerns with how it was executed and why it was executed. Like, the people just, the freaking super tribal people being like, you either have to be on one side or the other, or you're a cuck, are retarded. Like, I don't even know how I don't even know. It's so basic. But yeah, it's like, you're on this side or you're on this side. It's like, no, do you not see that even if I think he was a fucking terrible person, that the reasons always matter. Reasons always matter. And they're like, no, it's a dead communist, and the only good communist, the dead communist, and fuck him, he deserved to die or whatever. That's insane and extremist. And again, like, some people accuse me of being an extremist. I and by many respects, by many metrics, I am, because I don't see things on the usual level. I try to look beyond the left versus right, whatever. So yeah, but my point is, reasons fucking matter. So whatever Alex Pretty's character was, you also have to look at why he was killed. And if he was killed just for like a mild tussle with federal agents and them not being fully trained, that could happen to anyone. Like, a bunch of people are like, oh, well, he shouldn't have resisted or whatever, like, not getting into just how fast it all happened, and that could just be on instinct. Like, look, I'm also not in favor of resisting agents, federal or local. Like, don't fight with police, don't fight with law enforcement. It is sometimes a death sentence. You don't want to do that. That's not a smart move. But if it happens so quickly, I can't say I would behave differently. Like, if someone comes up and shoves me, again, he kind of shoved them first, but the point is, they rushed him, shoved a different woman down. He tried to get involved, which you can say is good or bad or whatever. And then he gets shoved and tackled. If a bunch of guys gotta be careful, because people are gonna make jokes about a bunch of guys being on top of me. But anyway, if a bunch of people are trying to like apprehend me, and it all happens in a second, like, look, I heard, I think it was Dave Smith. People have different opinions. I like Dave Smith. I think he's great, and generally correct. But I think it was him that made the point that if this has happened at like 15 meters or something, and a agent's aiming a gun at like a rifle at distance at Alex Pretty and being like, hey, surrender, and he draws his gun or charges them or something like that, that's a completely different thing. Like, he had time to react. They asked him to comply and he didn't, and he faced the consequences of that. That's a totally different thing. But if it's suddenly becomes a physical tussle, your flight or fight reflexes are going to kick in. I can't say I would have behaved differently. And again, that's not saying I like Alex Pretty or his character. Like I said, I think politically he's my enemy, and he might very well have cheered my death on if the situation had been reversed and it was me getting gunned down. But point is, we have to look at the principles here, and if a bunch of law enforcement suddenly, again, I want to stress suddenly, because I would comply if I was rational enough to realize those were my options. But if it's a really sudden thing and a bunch of people try to force me to the ground and like bend my arms and stuff, I'm probably going to fight too. And I think if you don't, you're kind of cucked. Like, if your instinct is to immediately comply when faced with sudden violence, that's its own thing too. So yeah, it comes down to instinct, and when you're in that sort of situation, you can't be like, oh, well, he should have complied. Well, yeah, he should have, and he would have lived if he had, but it also comes down to instinct. Yeah, anyway.
Disrupt their duties and potentially interfere with arrests.
Yes. Yeah,
almost certainly.
He's absolutely.
But I find it
shitlib.
incredibly unlikely that if he was there to ambush agents, that this was the tool set he would bring
Yes.
and the way he would go.
Yeah, exactly. You don't bring a pistol and a couple extra mags to commit mass violence. I mean, it can be effective, but probably not against law enforcement with their rifles and everything. one of the most deadly mass shootings, Virginia Tech, was committed with I think a 9mm and a 22 pistol or something. Like it was a weird fucking set. But point is, you can do mass violence with pistols, but it's not the prime choice, which is why you see so many news stories of mass shootings being like, oh, it was an AR-15 or something. It's because they're very effective and readily available weapons. Like you grab an AR-15 if you're going to do something like that. It's just kind of how it goes. To be fair, stupid people do mass violence, absolutely, and that is also things like it's why it's so hard to break these sort of events down. Is yeah, like, is it possible that he went there to commit mass violence and only brought a pistol and 2 extra magazines? Yeah, absolutely, of course, that's completely possible, and we'll never know for sure. I will say I think the administration definitely jumped the gun, and like I said, is citing evidence, facts not in evidence. Like there's no evidence that he did try to do that, but yeah, it's absolutely possible that he could have. And like I said, Virginia Tech, you had someone who brought pistols and gunned down a bunch of people, and you know, like I said, insofar as you can be successful in that sort of thing, it was a very successful mass shooting with pistols. So yeah, absolutely, you can do that. But it's not the prime tool for the job.
About it. There's a lot of people going around saying that this was the justification. Even, I mean, there's a fake Trump tweet that's circulating the internet right now.
I hate that. I wish people wouldn't push out fake bullshit. To be fair, it was kind of close to what Trump said. He did multiple times say like that people shouldn't have guns, but the tweet itself that the truth itself that they're pushing out was fake, completely fake.
I saw so many people sharing this around, and it was very easy to confirm that this was just not true. So many people,
and like even without looking at his Truth Social, it doesn't even look quite like his style. Like it's not even a good fake, because yeah, it's not. Trump says some fucking weird shit and does use a lot of caps, but this doesn't look like Trump's style. Nope. It's fake clearly on the face of it. And wait, I hadn't even noticed. Is that the symbols on Truth? That looks more like a tweet. Did Truth rip off everything like Twitter? Because this is a tweet, right? Is this a fake tweet? I hadn't even looked at it that closely. Like just even language alone, it doesn't look right. But is that what Truth? Let me pull that up real quick. I want to look up Truth Social because that looks more like Twitter to me, but I don't know. Let's see. Truth Social Donald Trump. Okay. Okay. I'm wrong. It is the same sort of thing. Although, let's see. Let me pull up Twitter too. Okay. Yeah, they're very similar. One interesting thing is I don't really see this upload symbol, whatever that is, on or bookmark. Like you can bookmark some tweets on. I guess maybe you'd have to click on a truth or a tweet to get those. But yeah. Anyway, no, it checks out with Truth. I jumped the gun. They are very, very similar, but that's
around,
Truth.
and it was very easy to confirm that this was just not true. Again, one of the reasons why I really hate knee-jerk reporting.
Yep.
Also, I'm pretty sure Trump was like a CCW holder in New York back when that was.
Doesn't matter. He has done, again, this was after this video, but he has come out and said that you can't carry a gun, which is a fucking retarded statement.
Extremely hard to do. I mean, the guy carried around a revolver, so that made like no sense at all at first.
Except again, he's rich. Like that's why he got to do that.
Glance anyhow, but you know that doesn't stop the mob. There's so many examples of stuff like that, though. I mean, like there's this one too, where this is a very
that was also going around. That's so fucking stupid too. Like I'm not sure you can see, but do you see that one agent does not fucking have a head, and the other guy's baklava is doing weird shit. There's all kinds of issues with this photo. And I mean, a lot of people were zooming in. Like it's a little unclear, but he might also have extra fingers there. Like people were zooming in on a AI photo to prove that he both did and did not have a gun. Like the whole thing again. People are so freaking tribal, and it's really stupid. Oh, absolutely. And let's see, what was it? I should watch it again. It wasn't a super good show, but it was like super prescient. It actually came. It was foreshadowing a bunch of this shit. What was that? There's a British show. It ended. It had a terrible ending. British show surveillance. I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but it was wow, I'm surprised that brought it up. Is that it? I think so. The Capture? The Capture. British mystery thriller series created. Series 1. Yeah. I think this is it. But yeah. I should watch it again. I'm not sure if this is the one I'm thinking of. I'll go ahead and bring it up on screen just so I can also remember it myself. But yeah, I think this is it here. The Capture. Again, not even saying it's a good show. I didn't know it had 2 seasons too. Again, possibly wrong here. Let's see. Video potentially flawed. Okay, so yeah, I think that's the one. But anyway, very interesting. Again, which is not to say good. It's a super Trump derangey. What was the year? What? It's still going on? But yeah, 2019. So towards the end of the first Trump term, but yeah. So again, major flaws in the show, but it is interesting just in that it shows a society where AI videos are getting out of hand and things get a little weird, and you can't trust what's coming out on the news. I know, wild theoretical scenario there where you can't trust what's coming out on the news, but also just like what's on the internet, and everyone knows you can trust what's on the internet. But yeah, anyway, no, it was pretty interesting, and I should watch it again in wake of the rise of AI and all this fucking bullshit. But yeah, no, people trying to say this is real is wild. And again, you had people on both sides justifying this. Like, you had the left saying, like, look, they're clearly executing this guy when the guy doesn't have the head. It's like, are you fucking paying attention here at all? And then you had the right zooming in and being like, see, they clearly at least thought he had a gun, or even people were saying he had a gun. Oh, okay. I want to move on because, again, we're as is usual, I'm taking way too long to react to this stuff. But another wild thing is, I'm not, like, because people don't have attention spans and it goes by so fast. I'm not sure people remember. Day one, people were saying Alex Preddy shot at the agents. That never happened. There was never evidence of that. People were saying he was brandishing a gun. He pulled a gun. He drew a gun on federal agents. None of that ever happened. You had the right saying that happened. Day one, they were saying the first shot was definitely from him. You can see this in the video that he drew a gun. He reached for a gun. He may have reached for a gun. That's the best I'll do for that. But yeah, they said he aimed a gun. They said he shot at the police. None of that fucking happened. None of that happened, and they were happy to condemn him to death for their fucking bullshit just because, again, it was their team doing the shooting. I don't know, and that's why I was so hesitant to talk about all this shit anyway, is because it's just so frustrating. Everyone's evil, and I don't like it. But yeah, no, the lies day one were insane. They said he drew on them. They said he fired on them. They said the first shot was him, like, having, like, that he had a gun and fired it or whatever. He had a gun. It was taken from him before then, and you can say the police didn't know. Again, I think that's largely true. I think we see afterwards, like I said, that video of them saying, like, where's the gun? Where's the gun? Where's the gun? That's actually in their favor. I think they thought he had a gun when they fired on him. But he didn't, is the thing. he didn't. So all the people saying he clearly had a gun and shot at the police is complete fabrication.
Clearly AI photo of what happened. I mean, just I've seen this photo everywhere, but even just that one post got almost 100,000 likes, millions of views, and it's just very clearly AI slop. I mean, for fuck's sake, the ICE agent doesn't even have a head in that photo. And I mean, a photo like this, to be fair, would one-shot any boomer on Facebook. It probably has a lot of people's aunt clamoring about how, oh, this is an ICE execution based on something that's just visibly untrue. So just, I guess, be
Absolutely
careful
insane.
with where you're getting some of the info from. It's not going to make things any better.
Yep.
Now, another
All
quick
right.
point I want to bring up, too, that this gets compared to a lot is the Kyle Rittenhouse case. And it's actually not hard to see why.
I will say, I don't think there's a whole lot of comparisons in the events themselves. Like I said, one of my biggest issues with this is just rhetoric around it. I don't think Rittenhouse should be compared to Alex Preddy. I think Rittenhouse behaved a lot more sensibly. I think he's a better person. I think just overall, I think his shootings against the people who attacked him were much more justified. Yeah, in those respects, like in character, in behavior, I don't think there's a huge comparison to be made here, but the big comparison is just in rhetoric around it. It's like they both brought guns to protests. If one's if one should be held liable, and again, the left at the time was saying that it was absolutely vile that Kyle Rittenhouse brought a gun to a protest and that he was there to murder people. And now they're saying that you can bring a gun to a protest and resist federal agents, and that's totally fine and valid. And so, yeah, again, I just want principles from people. I think Kyle Rittenhouse, I don't even like the comparison, and I think it mostly comes down to rhetoric. I think Kyle Rittenhouse did nothing wrong. And aside from, like, maybe he shouldn't have been there in the first place at all, like but that's more of a personal thing. I think legally and on principle, he did nothing wrong. I think from a what's good for your own personal life, maybe just don't go to protests at all that are likely to get violent, because you have potential to either lose your life or get your life held up for years in court and smeared by the media and all that. So yeah, that's my only criticism of Rittenhouse, is that he went there at all. But other than that, he did nothing wrong. And I think Alex Preddy did do some things wrong, which again is not saying that he deserved to die, but I don't like the comparison between Rittenhouse, who I think is generally a good person, and Preddy, who is I don't agree with politically and was there to obstruct and protest and just generally be a nuisance. Like, Kyle Rittenhouse didn't go there to cause trouble for anyone. He went there to protect people. And you can say maybe Preddy thought that as well. And yeah, so I can see it both ways, but I don't really like the comparison. But it's absolutely important to bring it up because the rhetoric around both events is incredibly important and incredibly, like, so that in that sense the comparison absolutely should be made, because you have both sides pretty much completely flipping on the thing. I wonder if he'll mention Ashley Babbitt as well,
because obviously I was a huge supporter of Kyle during his court case, still a friend of mine, and so theoretically it would be hypocritical of me to say that Kyle was in the right and not immediately think the same thing for Preddy, right? Both cases involve a fatal shooting of an individual involving somebody who brought a firearm to a protest. I think largely, though, that's where the similarities end. Let me tell you why. For one, Kyle did not initiate any sort of conflict.
Yep.
He was on private property he was invited to be at and was harassed by a convicted child molester who was way too comfortable dropping N-bombs for his skin tone. Molester.
I didn't realize, again, I support Kyle Rittenhouse. I didn't realize that the conflict actually, I guess that makes sense. I never really put it in those terms, but the first conflict with Rosenbaum, I believe that is the first one there. The midget is Rosenbaum. That conflict starts in the car dealership lot, which would be private properties. So yeah, a bunch of the events happened on a public street, but he was first attacked on private property, and I hadn't really put it in those terms. That's interesting.
He was on private property he was invited to be at and was harassed by a convicted child molester who was way too comfortable dropping N-bombs for his skin tone.
Let's not get carried away here. First Amendment. I don't think dropping N-bombs. I can't say too much about that on this this platform here, but I don't think what words you're allowed to say have anything to do with your skin color. Let's just put it that way. I know Brandon's being making a joke here, but still, anyone can drop the N-bomb if they want, and it shouldn't relate to their skin tone. Just saying. Let's move on.
Who was way too comfortable dropping N-bombs for his skin tone.
Nope.
Kyle tried to
And that wasn't
retreat.
even the N-bomb. That was the A, man. He didn't even drop the hard R. Come on. Come on. What are we doing here?
He ran away from the situation and attempted to remove himself from the conflict. Kyle then only used his weapon as a last resort when cornered and attacked by the...
Shoot. I've turned it down as much as absolutely possible. Let me pull up the thing here just to be safe. I don't want to expose my thing here, but let me see if I can even see what gets blocked. Unfortunately, I can't even see what gets blocked. If it gets auto modded, I don't even have a way to see that. And unfortunately, I think that's pretty bullshit. I'd love to be able to see everything anyone sends, but yeah, if it gets modded, I can't even see that. So that might have been Twitch TOS. Again, I've shown before. Let me pull that up here. Moderation settings. I can pull this up in just a sec here. It's banned phrases down here. Let's just pull up this whole page actually. So let's go back to the this window here. So you can see here, and I will be curious. Let me know what if you can do it in a way that doesn't get modded. Let me know what you said here. Didn't even say anything bad. Yeah, but anyway. See what I got going on here. Chat verification, whatever. Chat rules. What is limited access? Oh, that's just yeah. No self-promotion. I do not want to buy your art. Behave. Do not violate TOS. Those are my only rules right there. But yeah. And then as for auto moderation, you can see harassment, discrimination, and slurs, profanity, and sexual content are all turned down to minimum. I have no filtering. Permitted terms and phrases. What could I put in there? What could I put in there that could get me in a shit ton of trouble? I'm guessing it wouldn't let me. And then my only blocked phrases I'll show you here are just those are spam phrases that spam bots use. But yeah, so all of this is no filtering and harmful chatter detection. Potential it should only ban evaders and harassers. Likely evaders or harassers. Let's put that down to monitoring just in case. We'll again, I'm further exposing my channel to harm here. To potential risk. Likely evaders or harassers will be flagged for monitoring. Their messages will still be deliverable to all chatters. Okay, so we turned it down even more. Unban requests. Yeah, people can unban. Again, I have this as open as possible. So anyway, let me know what you tried to send in such a way. Okay, where are we? There we go. We're back to the video. But yeah, let me know what you tried to send. Basically, I said that I was darker than him, so I get the pass. Okay, that doesn't if you can be a little more specific, like what do you think got flagged? If you can say something similar to that word that you think got flagged. But that's wild. Again, like I just showed you my thing. I have it as open as possible. I want nothing caught. And then if what, like motherfucker? Did you say motherfucker? You say. Let's see. Where's the test here? Test setting. Motherfucker? Like, look, if this gets fucking caught, I swear more than this. Holy shit. If this gets fucking caught. No, just M and F? But yeah, you can see I don't select all my sex won't hold it. M, like literally just M and F like that? I don't even know what that fucking means. MF? MF? If so, I can say motherfucker, but say it again. Wait, you just did, and it came through. I don't know, man. Fuck Twitch. Where are we? Like, you saw my settings. I would love to them not fuck with me at all, but apparently they sometimes do. Anyway, at least you know it's not me.
The aforementioned will then only used his weapon as a last resort when cornered and attacked by the aforementioned violent pedophile, which initiated the first of the self-defense shootings that night, as Kyle then...
I know, it's just frustrating. I wish, again, I don't have many chatters. I don't want any of their messages caught, and I try to grow a community where, you know, people are here engaging in good faith and can engage in free speech. So, and that's the thing, it's on me. Like, if someone were here dropping a bunch of curses and behaving in bad faith, I'd just ban them. Like, that's the thing. Like, just leave it to me. Like, what happened to Section 230? Platforms, not publishers or whatever, or one way or the other. But anyway, just let people come here. Like, I want people to come here and be able to say the vilest shit ever. And if they cross the line, I'll fucking ban them myself. It's really frustrating that messages get caught that shouldn't be when I can't do anything about it.
Afterward, attempted to continued retreat back to police lines. Once he got there, immediately tried to surrender himself to law enforcement. And the rest is history. And once again, Joseph Rosenbaum died doing what he loved, attempting to touch a child.
I would have said minor, but because Rittenhouse was not a child, he was a minor. But yeah, no, that's a great joke. Again, I don't enjoy anyone's death, but that's pretty fucking funny. I crack up on that one, that Rosenbaum died doing what he loved, attempting to touch a minor. Yeah.
All right, now let's go back to Minnesota. So the real question is, was this a good shoot or a bad shoot, specifically from a federal law enforcement perspective? Now, that's something I know a little bit about, but not something I would feel comfortable speaking on as a subject matter expert. So I'll slightly defer to the help of somebody who is. So joining me for this part, I have former police officer, professional body cam footage reviewer, and one of my best friends on the planet, Cody, aka Donut Operator.
Hi, everyone.
He said the thing.
Hello. It's King Bootlicker, or whatever you guys are sending me in my DMs the past couple of days. No, I'm here to talk about this incident pretty objectively. Just kind of go through the, is it lawful?
Here's one of the elements that I think makes this really dicey on the officer's perspective, or from the officer's side, because from all the stuff that I've seen, Preddy was disarmed the moment the first shot was fired.
He absolutely was. I will say I'm not 100% sure if we're just talking legalities. I'm not sure it matters because, again, I don't like the shoot. I do think if you see the aftermath, I think the agents absolutely thought he had a weapon. Whether that justifies killing someone, and I'm very hesitant about the whole idea that, like, law enforcement gets extra protections. I think the whole point of laws is that it should be somewhat equal. I think if you or I did what, and it's not a apples to apples comparison because citizens don't always have the right to do a citizen's arrest. That's always a little complicated. But so again, it's not 100% fair comparison, but if you or I did what the agents here did, this is a murder. Like, we would be in prison right now if we had done what they did. So the whole idea that, oh, is this legal or not? It's like, if I couldn't do it, maybe the feds shouldn't be able to do it to me. Oh, and I think I didn't fully articulate my point earlier when I was saying why this is worrisome, even if people want to get tribal and be like he was a communist leftist agitator or something. The feds have been quite aggressive and antagonistic, including to nonviolent people. Like, I get again, I'm trying to come down the, well, not trying to come down the middle, but I'm just trying to be principled and see both sides. So yeah, I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm a fence sitter or something like that, but I can see both angles of things here, and I can see why the federal agents, and again, in this case, it's Border Patrol, but ICE is who's really been in the target crosshairs here. I can see why they're on edge. I can see why they wear masks. People are following them. They're stalking them. They're doxing them. They're taking photos of them and trying to like and encouraging violence against them and their families. They're cornering them when they're off duty. It's absurd, and I don't condone any of that. It's all fucking terrible, no matter how you feel about this particular shoot. What the leftists are doing to ICE agents is indefensible. It's evil. But what I'm getting at here is the ICE agents' behavior, the federal agents' behavior has also been extremely dangerous. And I think if you just go like, oh, they're communists, we need to crack down on them. They're illegal aliens, we need to crack down on them. I personally want a bunch more deportations. I think there's better ways to do it, but that's a separate issue. But point is, I want these people out. But what I'm getting at is a lot of people seem to be missing the point about just how dangerous this could be when the agents, rightfully or wrongfully, believe that using your rights to film them in public, because public filming is, as far as I know, across all the states legal. You are allowed to film in public. You don't have an expectation of privacy in public. So I should be able to, again, it's mostly leftists and a bunch of agitators and stuff filming the agents in public at the moment. But we have to just be like, should this be a death sentence or, illegal or something that should be viewed with suspicion? I absolutely reserve the right to film ICE agents in public. Like, if I see ICE agents, I probably would like to film them just because it's an interesting scenario and you don't know what's going to happen like what's coming up, what's going to happen. It's a newsworthy event, so I should absolutely be able to film ICE agents, whether or not I'm like one of the leftist mob or whatever. That said, the way the ICE agents have been behaving, I would not want to film ICE agents because it would literally put my life in danger. Like, I don't like to sound like that, but I think it would. It at least potentially. Again, if you're not resisting, if you're not doing this or that or whatever, your chances are going to be lesser than someone who like picks a fight with ICE agents. But still, just the act of pointing a phone at some of these federal agents in the current climate is gonna get you viewed antagonistically by them, and whether it's 1%, 10%, 20, 30, whatever, I don't like, it's not gonna be 50 or 100%, but whether your life expectancy is going down if you point your phone at a federal agent, and that's a fucking terrifying that's a fucking terrifying prospect. Again, I'm not saying it's 100%. I'm not even saying it's 50%. It's not 40%. It's not 30%. It might be. It's probably not. I mean, because again, they haven't killed too many people, but your average chance to live goes down if you point your phone at an ICE agent, and I don't think any American should be on board with that, whether you're right wing or left wing. It's wild that people are condoning it, because again, there are other aspects at play here. I'm not saying the only thing Alex Preddy did was point his phone at an ICE agent, but we've seen other videos of federal agents threatening people and say, like, there's a video going around where they're saying they'll put someone on a watch list. I don't know the full context there, and if they did something else that made them in the eyes of the feds be a domestic terrorist or whatever, but there's a very aggressive stance against people filming federal agents in public, and that's incredibly dangerous. And like, yeah, I don't even know how people are defending this. I want deportations. I want more people out of the country. A bunch of people are here that should not be here. and the feds are acting like thugs, and both can be true at the same time. And I wish more people were seeing things objectively, and I think a bunch of people are just captured on both sides tribally. But yeah, holy shit, the feds are behaving like thugs
Was disarmed
in some instances.
the moment the first shot was fired. Yes, they'd already called.
So yeah, you can see here, it's a little hard to see. I won't try to do the full rundown because we don't have slow-mo, but you can see this guy's draws his gun. This is one of the potential first shots. Like, this guy could have shot Preddy or at Preddy. I'm not sure from this angle where some guy has taken his gun and is moving away. I don't think it's that guy. That guy runs up later. It might be like this guy or something like that. But yeah, one of these guys in the background has his gun and possibly discharges it, and then this guy draws his gun before shots are fired and possibly shoots into him. So it's unclear where the first shot comes from. It's either Preddy's gun, probably. Just to be clear, I'm not saying it's probably his gun. I'm saying it's probably either of these instances. Probably either Preddy's gun or this guy who draws his gun. But yeah, someone fires a shot here and then everyone else goes crazy, and Preddy gets, like, I don't know how many shots, but I know like a bunch of shots were fired, like more than 10. I don't know how many hit him, but yeah, someone fires the first shot, whether accidentally or on purpose, and then everything else breaks loose.
Yes,
and
they'd already called.
And it's definitely not Preddy.
Gun, gun, gun. They'd removed the gun from his holster. So
Yeah,
the
okay,
guy in
there's the
gray
angle.
shirt,
Okay,
gray gun
that's
from
not a
his
great
holster.
angle, but you can see.
So
This guy's running away. That's Preddy's gun right there. He's kind of aims it back behind him, and you can go through this frame by frame. I won't try on this one because we're already a couple layers deep. There is a shot where it looks like not even looks like it looks clearly like the slide is back. So again, it's pixelated. It could have always been back. It could have been just some artifact, but it's likely, it's at the very least a likely possibility that that's where the first shot comes from. It does look like this gun probably goes off.
The guy in the gray shirt,
Again, you
gray
can't see it
sweatshirt
there,
is
but-
walking away,
Yeah,
and it is
boom,
very
boom,
hard to
boom,
tell
boom.
from the grainy footage. But it
Yep.
seems like the SIG that he took off
Yep.
of Preddy is the one that goes off first.
You kind of see his hand go like that because he's holding it sideways as he's walking away, and the hand kind of does that motion.
Slide visibly to the rear in this frame. Again, a little
Yeah,
hard to see, but it
as
does
you
look
said, it's like
does look
320p
definite.
footage, so it's really, really freaking hard to tell.
P320.
And it almost looks like you
footage.
can see a frame where the slide is back.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so that being the first shot to kick it off, I don't know if it would be an accidental discharge because it's the SIG, doing what SIGs do,
Yeah.
Oh,
or if it's,
I will say, I think I picked well being the first video that I reacted to around this incident, because I do like, so far it's been pretty unbiased, pretty like nuanced. They're talking about things about both sides and both possibilities. We'll see what Donut Operator has to say here. These things could go off the rails real quick, but so far I think this is a pretty good video to throw my hat into the ring about. Like I said, I've been hesitant to talk about this just because I think the whole situation is pretty depressing. I haven't enjoyed the rhetoric coming from either side. I think the event itself, both sides screwed up. I think the aftermath, both sides have definitely screwed up.
the guy's got a bunch of adrenaline and he just has an ND with a gun he just pulled off of the suspect, right?
Yeah, true.
So either one, I don't know.
Well, that was a big one too. If we're jumping right into it, I don't know if it was communicated that he had taken the gun.
Probably not. Again, it happens. Again, a lot of people are breaking down the footage, but not taking into account that when you're breaking it into slow-mo, you're literally seeing things faster than a human can react to it at that point. And especially with adrenaline in the system, like everyone's amped up. I'm not justifying either side, but the idea that you can look at things and be like, oh, well, this is clearly what happened. Yeah, no.
Probably like from him to the other officers, because you can clearly see him. One angle he's reaching, like the back angle, and then when it goes to the Preddy's right hip, you can see the officer pull the gun out.
Yeah.
And then going back to the side angle, you see him walking away with the gun, and that's when you see the little like maybe.
Sure, and that's one thing that I had to kind of work through too is that like in that side angle where
Cool,
you
I
see
turned
where,
off. I
you
realized
also
I was
same angle,
getting
you see the sig go off.
Yeah.
shot
we can
by a
we can very
light there. I
clearly
turned
see
that
that
off.
Preddy
Not
was
sure why
just
that turned
disarmed
on.
and the cop is walking away with the gun. The cops who were there in the tussle involving pepper spray and wrestling this guy on the ground, you know what they didn't have access to?
This video,
fucking
yeah,
camera
slow-mo
angle.
video.
All 4 camera angles.
Yep.
Yeah. So like this is something that, like you said, we've had 40.
No, like I said, again, I have a bunch of criticism for the agents there. I have a much more criticism for the rhetoric coming out of the administration after the fact, but I also do feel for them as well, and think that they're to some extent being judged unfairly. I definitely want more training for them. I think they definitely screwed up, but also anyone acting like they should have had perfect behavior based on what we're seeing in slow-mo footage after the fact is also not true. Like they were behaving again. I think they could have been trained better. I don't like how this broke out. I don't like their actions, but I also understand it.
48 hours to dissect this, but
Yeah.
the guys are in the moment. They didn't see all this shit.
That's where objective reasonableness comes in. Greg Bovino said, the head of ICE.
But yeah, I mean, you did hear gun, gun, gun. They didn't know the other guy had taken the gun. A shot goes off, whether that's negligent discharge or someone jumping the gun and shooting him or shooting at him or at him first. We don't really know, but like I said, I think actually that video that some people were saying condemns them, where they're like, where's the gun? Oh my God, where's the gun? We thought he had a gun. That actually works in their favor. I think they legitimately thought he had a gun when they shot him.
In a press conference, he was like, hey, you people on the internet, you've had 24 plus hours to go over this. Those officers in the moment had a split second to decide what to do.
Yep, very true.
Inside of objective reasonableness, what officers have to deal with is the totality of the circumstances, which is what is in front of them at that moment, what they're seeing, what they're hearing, what they're smelling, like everything in that moment to take in.
And that's a legal term, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the totality of the circumstances. There's pepper spray, there's fighting, they know there's a guy with a gun. And this, and this is me just trying to be objective in this, is they hear gun, 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 gun goes off. Maybe it's the 320 that indeed, or maybe, it's a gun went off, someone yelled gun, gun, gun. And so these officers have to rely on what they're hearing and what the officers around them are saying, which is gun, and they went based off of that to protect.
Yeah, like I said, I think this is fairly reasonable, but I expected Donut to have the more pro cop perspective, and that's totally fine. But like I said, I think he's actually also correct here. As much as I dislike what happened, I think this is a reasonable take that they did think there was a danger there, which again, I have criticisms about some of their other actions, but the shooting itself, I think I did think there was a gun in play.
Themselves and the people around them.
Yeah, because I think this is where it can fall into the situation of two things can be true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that Preddy did.
That's what I've been saying for days now, is two things can be true at the same time, mostly in relation to the rhetoric, like that you can say that the agent screwed up while also not taking the side of Alex Preddy and the leftist communist agitators. Like, again, a lot of people are trying to lump you into one side or the other, and that's moronic. So yeah, two things can be true at the same time. I think both sides screwed up. I think both sides had a point. You can break it down a bunch of different ways. This was a terrible situation. But yeah, two things can be true at the same time.
Didn't deserve to die, but it also wasn't just a baseless execution.
Yeah. Okay. I will say that I've never really looked at that, because I just think it's so fucking absurd on its head. I don't think so yeah, for the record, I'll say right now, I don't think ICE executed Alex Preddy. I think the killing might not have been justified. I don't think it was like an intentional execution, and I think anyone making that argument is retarded. I mean, some leftists have made that argument. I haven't really paid even enough attention to that angle, just because it's the least reasonable criticism of the situation. So yeah, it kind of snuck up on me that they're even talking about this, because yeah, no, it was not an execution. It might very well have been, in my opinion, was a unlawful death, an unlawful. You can even call it a murder. I mean, I think it would be come down to more like manslaughter or something like that. But yeah, I think it was an improper killing, but it was not an execution.
Yeah, they just walk up to the guy because he was carrying or because he was protesting or filming them and just pop him in the head.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of things you could say about it. Like, were they overly aggressive? Were they, you
Yeah.
know,
I think they were, and especially against the woman. Like because yeah, they shoved the woman before they shoved him. They just shoved a random woman who was also obstructing. I mean, she was in the street with him, I think. But yeah, they just fucking walked up on these guys, shoved the woman down. He kind of shoves at the cop trying to get to the woman. Potentially, I don't know his mind frame there, but he does shove the agent. A lot of people are trying to, like, a lot of people who want to hand wave away some of that are saying like that he never got aggressive with the police. He did shove the police. You can say that's instinctual or not, but he definitely did shove at the agent who shoved that woman down. But yeah, no, it was they walked up on them, which is fine. They were obstructing. You do have to clear the road. But yeah, at that point, either like take control of the situation and arrest them if what they've done is suitable for apprehension, arrest them, or just push them out of the way and let the cars you're trying to let pass drive by, and then get in the car or whatever and keep going. I don't even know the exact situation here because it's not exactly clear what exactly they were trying to do. But yeah, no, I do think they were overly aggressive. They shoved that woman down. She could have hurt herself, been hurt by that push. So yeah, anyway, I do think in that scenario they were overly aggressive. And, I'm not going to try to read into their mind either, but it did seem like it was a bit of a power trip or whatever. They're the big, strong guys in charge there. And they go up to those agitators again. They clearly were agitators. They go up to the agitators and unleash their little rage on them, push them down. I don't like that either.
kind of initiating some of those things, and that's something that is, can be up for debate.
Yeah,
But
call it what it is. It was a clusterfuck.
Yep.
the one thing I did want to bring up too that I thought was interesting is that the reason that he was there specifically, like from all the Signal group chat leaks and everything, is that like they have groups of people that are going around specifically trying to disrupt.
Yep, and like I said, although it doesn't really, in my opinion, affect the actual outcome of that day. We now have video again. So this video from Brandon Herrera was a couple days ago, two days ago, I think. I think they said it was filmed on the 26th, released on the 27th. But yeah, it's been a couple days now. As of today, like a couple hours ago, the 28th, we have video of Alex Preddy being an utter shit a couple weeks ago. Again, it doesn't affect the this killing itself, but does speak to his character, and he was clearly there to agitate. He was involved in anti-ICE actions. He was behaving very vilely, ironically more worthy of arrest and violent confrontation than he was the day he was killed. That video is fucking something to see. Like I've only seen it like once or twice. I haven't looked through the video a whole lot, so I'm not sure the exact context, but I think he approaches a ICE vehicle. I guess they had their window open or something, but yeah, he like spits in at a agent and then walks around behind the car and kicks them like once, or I think he kicks twice, and the second one, like, as I don't want to speak too much because I don't remember the exact thing, and this is just my mind filling in the blanks, but he kicks the taillight and just actually kicks the taillight out of the car. So yeah, he spits on an agent and then moves around behind the vehicle and damages it by just actually removing their taillight. So this dude, like, yeah, the guy's no angel, man. Like he's clearly not, and he was there to cause trouble. Like, and I want on the record again, I've been pretty critical of the agents. And I think reasonably so, and I stand by that. I've been critical of the agents, but I've never defended Alex Preddy, aside from saying that I don't think his death was justified. But yeah, no, he's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. I don't like what he was doing.
federal law enforcement. Like, that's the entire purpose of them being there.
Yeah.
And what I guess a lot of them don't realize is that if you're interfering with official law enforcement duties, if you're interfering with arrests and things like that, like that's a crime. I'm not saying it's a crime that's deserving of a death penalty.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, but like that's something like, you know, you see somebody get pulled over on the side of the road, and you try getting in between that officer and the person that's being pulled over and see how that goes for you.
Yeah,
Like,
that's obstruction right off the bat.
it.
It's illegal as shit.
Yeah, and again, that's not, you don't deserve to be shot for.
Oh
it, but-
shit! Ah, fuck, man! I just realized. Let me pause the video here. I was so annoyed with my gameplay that I never actually switched over to just chatting. Might get a little bit more views there too. But yeah, let's definitely switch over to just chatting on Twitch. We did expose our screen there, but that's fine. And Kick. We will go over on Kick. No, there. Man, that sucks. I'll cut myself some slack because like I said, I wasn't feeling the gameplay, but I still should have kept up on that. Anyway, where are we? No. All right, welcome back. That was just some live stream stuff. I realized I never switched over my category, and we were still allegedly playing Battlefield 6 while we were yapping about this nonsense.
Obstruction right off the bat.
It,
Illegal as shit.
yeah, and again, that's not, you don't deserve to be shot for it, but
No.
what the problem is, that leads to an escalation. Whereas if you get in the fucking officer's way, that will probably be escalated to physical force. You know, whether it's arresting you or just getting you the fuck out of the way, which then can lead to a tussle, which if you're armed can lead to a fatal shooting. Like, that's just, it's the thing that escalates things further. My perspective, not from a law enforcement side.
I think that's relatively fair. Again, I think the whole thing was bad, but yeah, you tussle and then they think you have a gun. Things are going to get out of hand. That's definitely for sure.
But from a guy who conceal carries all the time, right? My problem with it is when I'm carrying a firearm, I'm actually way less likely to be in a confrontation. Like, if I'm not carrying and I'm at a bar or something like that, I'm way more likely to get into a confrontation than if I'm armed.
Yeah, 100%.
Because, you know, if I'm armed, that immediately every conflict I get in can be a fatal one.
Absolutely.
Because I brought a firearm to the equation. That's part of the responsibility of being concealed carry.
Yeah, in a fight, that firearm is everyone's firearm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like they pulled Peretti's weapon away, but if there are weapons in the equation, if there are weapons in a tussle, then that's everyone's gun. That's every.
I will say, I'm not a big fan of that logic. It's correct technically, but I don't like Alex Peretti was not reaching for any of the officers' guns. At worst, he was reaching for his own gun. He didn't have any more. They didn't know that. Like I was about to say, they might not have known that. I think they clearly didn't know that because again, they were looking for the gun after they shot him. But yeah, no, while it's true that in a tussle, anyone, like, your gun is everyone's gun, Peretti did not reach for any officer's gun. That's for sure. He might have reached for his own gun, again, which he didn't even have at the time. But again, they didn't know that. But yeah, no, he did not reach for an officer's gun.
One's pepper spray. That's everyone's knife.
That's the thing that drives me crazy, because if he was standing on the sidelines, just holding a fuck ICE, you know, cardboard sign or whatever,
Or a cell phone, like he was doing. Yeah, it's just over there.
over there, he would be fine. Like, literally, nothing would be different. Even though he's carrying a firearm, he's protesting, whatever. You have a legal right to protest. It's your First Amendment right to peaceably assemble. Second Amendment right to carry a firearm. That's perfectly fine. When you interject yourself into a conflict like that involving federal law enforcement, I don't know how you want this to go. There's another thing that
I will say, I still think like that he shouldn't have been killed there, but no, it's also absolutely true that his actions increased the risk of his own death. Like, there's no denying that. Like, you can say ICE may have been, and again, earlier on in the video, I said I'm very critical of how ICE has been behaving in relation to people filming them. There have been multiple instances where they have, in my opinions, overstepped there. But yeah, he's correct that it's a completely different scenario. It could still have gone badly, but that's a hypothetical at this point. That's a theoretical. but his chances of being killed by again, it's not even ICE in this case, but Border Patrol, but his chances of being killed by law enforcement go down dramatically if he hadn't, like, again, it's it's not exactly fair either, though, because they did come to him. They came to him and pushed the person he was with, or at least around, and then he got involved there. But but yeah, if he'd been further like if he hadn't been blocking, like, that's the thing. Okay, let's just go with that. If he hadn't been blocking the road, and if he hadn't been directly involved with the other agitators, his chance of being killed would go down dramatically, even if he was still filming ICE. Um, that's absolutely true.
It gets brought up too that I have a fundamental issue with, which is people are comparing this to, oh, well, if you support federal agents doing, this sort of stuff, then you'll support them confiscating firearms or everything, just comply and stuff like that. I have a fundamental issue with that, because you have a natural right, a God-given right that is protected by the Constitution to keep and to bear arms.
Yeah. I will say the issue there is that if you're saying you should just comply, it's like that's the thing. The people who say you should just comply, and I will say this is good advice, is you should just comply, even if largely, I mean, there comes a time where you're like, oh, okay, if I comply with this, I'm just doomed, depending on how tyrannical the government's being at the time. Like, there does come a time where complying is not the right move, but my point is, if they're saying you should just comply, a bunch of people are saying you should and again, that is correct, largely speaking, that you should comply with a law enforcement demand, even if it's unlawful. Again, unless you're already in like a post-apocalyptic situation where if they detain you, your rights are gone and you're probably dead. Like, at that point, yeah, you're gonna want to resist. But up until that point, so yeah. Anyway, the point I'm getting at is saying, oh, you should comply. The people telling you to comply are saying you should also comply to unlawful orders. So the people saying, hey, you should just comply with law enforcement are would literally tell you that you should comply with them taking your guns away. And again, from a survival standpoint, that is the correct advice. Like, you should let law enforcement take your guns away if you care about your life. I hate to say that, it sounds bootlicky, but if you want to actually survive, yes, force does matter. Problem is, these people think we have a tyrant government. Yes, I know that is definitely an issue. A bunch of people do think we're already there. And so yeah, I'm not justifying that sort of behavior, but my point is, when they're saying, oh, well, we have a God-given right to the Second Amendment or something, the people telling you that you should always comply with law enforcement are also saying that you should let the law enforcement violate your rights. And again, from a survival standpoint, that's generally going to be the right move. You're not going to win a fight with law enforcement. So, but what we're getting at there is then that, yes, the move is to let them violate your God-given Second Amendment rights. So that puts us in an interesting scenario where what we're saying here is like, well, oh, but the Second Amendment's different because it's a God-given right. No, this move, then the move is still to let them violate your God-given rights. So the basically what I'm getting at, my issue here with that statement is they're acting like that just comply does not apply to Second Amendment stuff because it's a God-given right. It's like, no, that still applies. Like, the smart move is to let them violate your rights. So if you actually care about your Second Amendment rights, you kind of have to choose a lane here. Either you would at least admit that they're violating those rights and then you try to get them back later, or maybe that is something worth fighting over if that is a core value there. Like, if it's a God-given right that you feel that strongly about, then if they violate that, you kind of do have to fight that if that's something you're saying. And again, I'm not advocating for fighting law enforcement, and I think, like I said consistently throughout this little rant here, little rant here, survival wise, yes, don't fight with law enforcement. Your chances of getting killed reduce dramatically if you don't physically fight them. and so as long as you're alive, you're more likely to be able to, through the legal system, recover those rights. But like I said, my issue is that he's acting like it's completely different because it's some sacred God-given right. No, the same logic applies, and the same advice applies from the people telling you to comply. It's like, no, they say you should comply even if they're violating your God-given rights.
It is protected by the Constitution because you have a natural right, a God-given right that is protected by the Constitution to keep and to bear arms.
Yeah.
Right. So any violation of that directly violates the Constitution and the founding documents of the country. You do not have a constitutionally guaranteed natural right to illegally enter the country and stay here.
You don't, and you clearly don't. But I that was a total non sequitur. Like, where's he going with this? I'm confused.
I don't know. Just to sum everything up, what are your thoughts now, having seen what we've seen?
That was wild.
I don't
That was
think
wild.
he deserved to die by any
Okay.
way, shape, or form. Given the totality of the circumstances, and we're just two guys who like watching videos on the internet, we still need to wait for a full investigation to come out and see maybe statements from the officers as to what they were seeing in front of them, the totality of the circumstances. And I'm not saying they were right in killing this guy. I'm not saying they were wrong in killing this guy. I just think we need to look at the full investigation at the end, and we shouldn't bring emotions into this. Bring more.
I think it's pretty interesting. I will say, like I said, as an entertainer, I like Donut. I don't have anything against Donut. He's very pro cop, and I think it's pretty telling that I don't even want to say it because I don't want to be like, oh, I'm reading into it because he's not saying it or whatever. But I do think it's interesting that even he's not jumping on the they did nothing wrong here, or not even they did nothing wrong, but like that it was probably justified. I mean, he's really hedging his bets here, and I think that's interesting coming from someone very, very pro cop generally. Yeah, I think a lot of people think this is a really bad shot, and even that's the thing. Even if it's not, it doesn't carry out anyone's goal. Like, if your goal is ICE's continued mass deportation of people, this shot, just even if it was legal, it looked so fucking bad. It's gonna reduce the public mandate. Like, we're already seeing it looks like the feds are pulling out of Minnesota to some extent. It looks like they're limiting their future enforcements. So yeah, this isn't a win. Even if it's a legal shoot, it's a losing proposition. And I think it's interesting that donut operator here is just not, he can't defend it. He's not condemning it either, but he's not like, oh no, this is totally fine. And again, I respect it. I like donut. I'm not trying to take shots here, and I in fact generally agree that we don't have all the information now, and they certainly didn't, like, 2 days ago. We haven't, like, there I've seen angles that they hadn't seen at this time. But yeah, no, I mean, it's at best really sketchy. This is a really sketchy shoot.
Logic into it instead of freaking out and burning down our own city.
Yeah, absolutely don't do that. This shouldn't need to be said, but don't burn down your own cities, you fucking retards. Like, holy shit. Like, yeah, no, I am very anti-rioter. Like, shouldn't even need to be said, but cut that shit out. I absolutely hate that shit. You're harming your own people. You're harming innocent people. Don't fucking riot. Don't set shit on fire. Don't burn down the Wendy's, whatever. Yeah, don't do that shit.
Stalking federal officers and
Yeah,
creating a database of their license plates and
License plates, faces, families, anything you can pull up there. Yes, also clearly not true. Like I said, I'm very much not on the leftist side. I'm on the American side. I'm suspicious of the feds killing Americans side. But yeah, no, the left has been absolutely unhinged. They have been, don't burn down the Popeyes. Yeah, Popeyes either. Don't burn down any of that shit. But yeah, no, the left has been absolutely fucking unhinged. We haven't really addressed that because my main concern does seem to be just like this event itself. But, and I haven't talked too much about the leftist issues just because I think it almost goes without saying. Like maybe I should have addressed it more, but yeah, no, I hate what they're doing, and I think it's fucking evil. I think it's less defensible than this incident here, but I also just think it's standard par for the course. So barely worth mentioning that they're going to be fucking unhinged lunatics. Not all of them, to be fair. Like I'm happy to reach across the aisle. I don't think we benefit by cutting anyone off completely, but in this instance, the left has been behaving atrociously, and I didn't even feel the need to mention that, but I probably should have. But yeah, no. Don't riot, don't burn things down, don't destroy properties, don't attack random people, don't attack people you think are ICE, don't attack ICE off duty, don't attack citizen journalists, don't attack anyone, don't be a bunch of thuggish terrorists, man. Like, yeah, again, maybe I should have said that earlier. I've been I think I've been pretty nuanced, but I've been mostly anti-government, but I'm also very much anti these protesters' actions. It's terrible. It does reach the status of terrorism in many instances. Again, what they've done to like that instance with the off-duty, I believe they were ICE agents. That was fucking wild. And okay, yeah. So if we're gonna condemn the other side, the other issue I have is the Democrat establishment is fucking knee deep in this shit. Like, there's the Signal chats they mentioned briefly there. That looks like government officials may be directly interacting with some of the rioters and agitators. So and doxers and stuff. Like you might have state governments tracking federal agents and leaking that information to Soros. I don't know. I haven't heard too much about Soros' involvement in this instance, but he's definitely involved in a bunch of other shitty shit. And it's his people. Like whenever we talk about like these Dem agitators, it's probably Soros linked in that he at least put them in power. I don't know George Soros's connection to these specific riots, but I certainly wouldn't be shocked. But yeah, no, absolutely. I do just want to call out the other side there for sure. Because again, I have to be careful because I try to be nuanced. That makes me more likely to call out my own side because I'm very opposed to the leftist actions, and I don't even feel the need to say that. So it might sound like I'm more anti-right or anti-authority than anti-left, but I'm so opposed to them that I don't even feel the need to mention it. So anyway, I do want to clarify. No, they have been behaving absolutely atrociously, worse than the other side. It's not one or the other. Both have been very bad. And yeah, no, they have been doing absolutely evil fucking shit. Evil fucking shit. Anyway, let's continue. Let's try to finish this video.
Even today, people are going out and they're harassing like civilians, just American citizens, and asking them to prove that they're not ICE, asking them for paper.
Yep, I'm glad they mentioned that too. That was wild, and it's happened multiple times. Like they're actually pulling just random people out of cars or stopping them and demanding that they show identification before they move on, and they're not even satisfied with it. Like even if you show your identification, they still think you're a Fed. It's fucking wild. And again, the like doxing ICE agents and then hunting them down while off duty. And then I was rambling so much I didn't even mention, like that's what I was trying to get at, is one of the other crimes of the Democrat establishment is that in Democrat controlled areas they're actually telling law enforcement to not back up ICE. Like they're not sending out police, local police, whose job it is to keep the peace. They're literally peacekeepers. They're not sending out the peacekeepers when it comes down to including off-duty federal agents. They're not sending out the police to stop violent criminals from assaulting people just because those people are people the people in power I know I said people a whole lot there, but anyway, they're not sending the police to protect people if those victims are not someone the powers that be agree with, and that's also very, very vile. So you have this instance where in Democrat controlled areas, the police will not protect certain people, and that's no way to run a society. Like you're looking at a really, really bad ending there if things are really that divided, where you have the full support of Democrat mayors and Democrat governors, that they will back up and in fact demand the police not help federal agents, or in some cases, I mean, we've seen, I think that was during the Biden administration. You saw that FEMA, you had some people within FEMA who were saying that and that was trickling down. Like you had higher up supervisors saying that FEMA shouldn't assist people who had what are you doing, Katie? You can come on my lap, I guess, if you want, if it will shut you up. But yeah, you had FEMA saying that no, you got to stop though. Meow. You had FEMA saying that they shouldn't assist people with Trump signs or something like that in their yard, and yeah, no, that's messed up, man.
Which is kind of wild. Yeah, isn't that a full 180?
Oh yeah.
This is probably the most divisive shooting.
Sorry, let's go back. What's the full?
And asking them to prove that they're not
yeah.
ICE, asking them for papers, which is
kind of wild. Yeah, isn't that a full 180?
Oh yeah.
This is probably the most divisive shooting.
Yep, the anti-Nazi is out there stopping people and stopping and frisking and asking for papers. Pretty wild.
Oh, 100%. Oh yeah.
This is probably the most divisive shooting I've seen in a very long time.
Oh, 100%.
I didn't quite catch because for whatever reason he was speaking a little quietly there, and you can't catch all of it. But the most divisive shooting since something, and no, I mean, this is really fucking divisive. Again, I wasn't a fan of the Renee Good shooting, but I can absolutely see where it was coming from. Same sort of criticism where I wish the agents had been a little bit better trained and not so quick on the trigger. But that one is whether or not you think it broke the way it should, it seemed like a much clearer case of fuck around and find out. Like, I will say a bunch of people are saying she tried to hit the agent. I personally don't believe that. I don't think we have evidence that she was aiming for them. I think we actually have evidence that she wasn't, but I can totally see how, like, whether or not, that's the thing, intent doesn't matter. Whether or not she tried to run down the agent, she drove her car at an agent, and that does create a defensive situation. So while I don't cheer on her death, I wish it hadn't happened, I don't take any joy in that. I completely see that instance as more of a just like, well, oh shit, she shouldn't have done that. Whether or not I agree completely with how law enforcement behaved, I put that mostly on her. It's like, don't drive your car at police. Again, not cheering that on. It's sad when any American is killed, and you should always look at things closely when law enforcement is involved too. I think they should be held to somewhat higher standards just because they have that state monopoly on violence. But yeah, no, that was a fuck around and find out situation. I don't take joy in that, but that's just how it was. Like, you drive your car at an armed officer, yeah, maybe he's going to shoot you in the face. That's just how it is. This is much more murky. This is much more like, and again, a bunch of people were already freaking out about Renee Good, and then you have this thing, which is so much more gray area.
Yeah.
This is probably the most divisive shooting I've seen in a very long time.
Oh, 100%.
Because I don't know if there's a right answer, and it sounds like a cop out, but it's true. Like, it's multifaceted.
Like I said, again, I've said from the very beginning, both sides screwed up in large ways here.
At the end of the day, the only reason people care about this is because it's being politicized. Yep. Like, that's the only fucking reason.
I wouldn't necessarily say politicized. I mean, that's most of it, but it's also just like a big issue, and you can say that's because it's politicized, but it drew attention anyway. So even if you're not political, it's still going to be it's a news story. It's topical, whether or not it's political. But yeah, no, the majority of it is along political lines. But it's still I think one thing a lot of people are missing is just that this does illustrate the militarization of federal agents in a way that we haven't generally seen. Like, there's already a big militarization of police and feds. Where's my kitty? I just don't want to run over his tail. Where'd he go? Whatever. But yeah, there's already been the militarization, but this does seem to be ramping up. And like I said, I think it's a really bad sign when even sane, reasonable people, not that I'm saying are reasonable, but that if a normal person walking down the street should be in fear, again, not necessarily unreasonable fear, like not freak out, not be like, oh my God, they're going to kill me or something like that. But like I said, I do think that merely aiming your phone camera at ICE does increase your risk of being killed. And I think that's a really freaking terrible situation to be in. And I think it's something that a lot of people on both sides looking at this have not fully comprehended. Okay, there's the kitty. But yeah, no, that's fucking wild. Again, just, I'm not saying that's all Alex Preddy did. I'm not saying he was killed for filming the police. That's not what happened. But you do have to just put the normal average person in that scenario too, and be like, and look at how ICE has been behaving and be like, yeah, no, that actually, like, things are not in a good spot. Things are not in a good spot.
Every news outlet is going to jump onto this because it's current thing, and they're going to ignore the 12 drunk drivers who killed, American citizens yesterday that were all illegals or H-1Bs or whatever. So.
Yep, and like I was saying earlier, I don't think that was this video, but like, if you look at like legal drugs versus illegal drugs, tobacco kills a fuck ton more than cocaine or something like that. But you're gonna, or even fentanyl. Again, fentanyl is awful, but yeah, it's what gets attention and what gets politicized, and it doesn't always make sense. So if you're looking at cocaine versus tobacco, most people are going to say cocaine is worse. Statistically, if we're just talking about American deaths, it's really not. And you can say that's because less people use it because it's illegal or whatever. I'm not trying to get into that whole debate. I'm not saying there aren't extenuating circumstances. But if you're just looking at what is actually killing more American people, it's not even fucking close. It's like 36 times. I don't know. But yeah, no, it's a massively disproportionate amount. I might wait, I have that wrong. Anyway, no, it's not even close. And my point there is just that a lot of people are trying to compare things and they just don't even realize that they're being politicized. It's because they view one as bad and they don't even make the comparison and realize how absurd it is.
No, the day before, where an illegal broke into someone's trailer and raped an 11-year-old in front of her 10-year-old sister.
Yep.
And
you won't hear about it because it's not politically convenient. So.
Yep. Again, no. And I'm not saying that it makes one better and one worse or whatever, but no, there are absolutely fucking terrible stories that happen every day, and we just this one happened to capture the public opinion. So no, they're completely correct in that. Again, that doesn't mean it's not something to be concerned about. I am concerned about it. But clearly, illegals or anyone breaking into someone's house and, graping youngsters and harming people is also something to be concerned about. Like, it doesn't make one right and the other wrong. Both are wrong, of course. But yeah, no, it is very interesting to just realize that although, like, you can say this incident was good, most people don't say it's good. Some people do. There's some psychos who are like, like I said, good communist is dead communist, whatever. He had it coming, all that sort of nonsense, which I think is overly vicious. But yeah, for the most part, no one's saying this is good. But there, like, is it? I think there are dangers, societal dangers here, but there are also societal dangers to a bunch of stories that don't capture the nationwide attention. Like, for example, that story of, and I hadn't heard that. I completely believe it because a bunch of that shit does happen. But yeah, there are societal dangers that we don't hear about. So we are, by giving this attention, and I do think it deserves some attention, but all these other stories do as well. But yeah, it's not special. It's just what is being focused on.
People don't wait for facts. They see what they want to see, and they immediately just jump on, whatever bandwagon's most convenient.
Yeah, just make their decision immediately.
Conclusion. Let's go.
So I think Cody did a pretty good job of expressing, the law enforcement standpoint on that, which is really important because you have to recognize something can be technically wrong while also being technically legal. Hence,
Yep. Awful but lawful, and I think that's what he's about to say.
the term we threw around a lot, lawful but awful. If
Yep.
he was disarmed and everybody in that equation knew it, that's murder. If the only reason he was shot was because he was armed and not because the officers thought their lives were in jeopardy, then that is also murder. If the officers that shot in that situation were unaware that he was disarmed, heard gunfire,
And like I said, I as someone who's been pretty critical of this, I do think they didn't know he was disarmed. Like I think you can see in the aftermath that I think that's true.
heard gun, and thought their lives were in danger and the suspect had just fired a shot and had possession of a firearm.
Yep.
Even though we know now that that is not the case, that would fall under that category of lawful but awful. Exercising your First Amendment right to free speech and to peaceably assemble to protest is not a death sentence. Exercising your Second Amendment right to keep and to bear arms, not a death sentence. Being armed, interfering with law enforcement activities, and then getting into a grappling match with said federal officers can have some pretty serious ramifications.
I want to hear that again.
Being
but yeah.
armed, interfering with law enforcement activities, and then getting into a grappling match with said federal officers can have some pretty serious ramifications. And as
110%. Like I said, I think the grappling itself, I think that can be somewhat like if we're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, I think some of that comes down to instinct. But yeah, still, if you're going there armed, and again, like it's a bad idea to be that confrontational with law enforcement anyway. Like even though, like I said, even though I think they were the ones who initially physically aggressed on him, or at least his group first, he was still there to disrupt. He was there blocking traffic. He was agitating. And, I mean, he'd been stalking. I'm not sure if stalking is the right word, but he'd been following them around. And I mean, I guess so. Yes, stalking probably is the correct word. But yeah, he'd been stalking them and engaging with them for weeks. I don't know how many incidents there was, but it at least went back weeks. Yeah, no, I mean, you don't get killed by law enforcement just random. I mean, again, occasionally you will be, but no, he fucked around, that's for sure, is I guess what I'm getting at. I still don't like the shoot, but he drastically increases his own chance of that by his behavior.
concealed carriers, that's something that we need to be aware of. Your right to carry a gun does not necessarily exempt you from the consequences of what you do while having that gun on you. Like I said, as concealed carriers, we need to know, not even with law enforcement, this could be a bar fight, right? But when you bring a gun into a potentially violent situation, you are turning that into a life or death situation. And right or wrong, that can have consequences. And
100% true. I'm not even going to try to nuance that. It's like, yeah, if you got a firearm, anything you do now involves a firearm. You get in a fist fight, it's also a gunfight, because like that, you might reveal that. That's 100% true. If you're carrying a gun, everything's a gunfight. Everything is potentially lethal. I mean, even a fist fight without a gun can be lethal, but yeah, no, if you're bringing a gun, you've ratcheted it up, and you have to be more careful. That is absolutely correct.
again, that's not just with cops. That's not just with, ICE agents. That's true across the board. The same's true on the other side. Because I'm carrying a gun, Now any potential violent confrontation is now life or death. Because if you knock me out, now you have a gun and I'm unconscious. Which is one of the reasons, again, as concealed carriers, we have a responsibility to avoid violent confrontation unless there is no other alternative. So what it comes down to, I believe, at the end, is that both parties...
But yeah, and that's similar to how like martial artists should, like good martial artists should try to avoid conflict as well. Like some people go out there looking for fights or whatever, but generally, and I think this is a good mindset to have anyway, you should be, as whether that's some combination would be good. You want to be able to fight unarmed, and you also want to carry a gun on you. Like you should be as prepared to be as lethal as possible, and then you also want to avoid conflict so you don't have to try to apply that, because yeah, at that point again, then any conflict you're in is going to be lethal again. And any conflict, even if you don't carry a gun, someone else might have a gun, someone else might have a knife, so any conflict is going to be potentially lethal. So I'm not saying that you carrying a gun increases your risk, but yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is be trained, be ready to use lethal force on others, but also do your damnedest to stay out of any situations where you might have to. I mean, I think that's pretty good universal advice, is be ready to apply utmost force to protect your own life and the life of your loved ones, and don't get into, and do your best to also not get into situations where you would need to do that.
Could be, good advice. To an extent, acting within the law. The gray is what happened in the middle and what could have been done differently, which I hope people on both sides can draw from and learn from, so hopefully this never happens again. Regardless of whether you're on the left or the right, it's always a bad thing when America...
No one's luring. It's going to happen again. Sorry, there's your black pill. There's your black pill of the video. No one's luring from this. Everyone's too politicized. I won't say no one. Some people are luring from this. And if you're curious why I'm saying it like that, it's the Quality Luring Center. I'm just going to pronounce learning as luring for a while now because it's a funny meme. But yeah, no one's luring from this. Everyone's too entrenched. Either ICE murdered someone or some leftist agitator got gunned down and in just, it was a good shoot. He was getting in the way. We got to deport the illegals. It's everyone's too entrenched. I don't think anyone's, again, not anyone, that's hyperbolic, but I don't, I'm just going to continue saying it that way anyway. I don't think anyone's really looking at this super critically, and I don't think anyone's going to be like, oh, wow, that was a terrible thing, and we're going to try to do things better next time so this doesn't happen. Nope, we're heading down the same path again, and nothing's really changed. And unless one side's backs down, one side or both backs down, same shit's going to happen somewhere else. I don't know what to say. I hate to we're wrapping up on this video. Yeah, we're getting near the end. But yeah, I hate that to be my message, but I'm just being realistic. It's what I try to do. And yeah, I just don't think anything. I don't think anyone is taking any lessons that involve changing the situation. I don't think that's what anyone's taken away from this. They're just further radicalizing on their own sides and splitting to those sides and being like, anyone who is not on my side is on the enemy side. And it's just getting very, very tribal and not very critically thinking.
Americans kill Americans. But at the end of the day, it's always a bad thing when Americans kill Americans.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, you wanted my take, and the best I can do is give you the truth, give you on.
I will say that's exactly how I feel. I don't know if anyone wanted my take. I feel like it was almost my duty as someone who talks about current events, talks about drama. I felt I did need to weigh in on this. I totally agree with Brandon's outro there. That's my thing. People may have wanted to hear this. This is my take on it. That's the best I can do. I'm giving you, to use that phrase, I'm giving you my truth. Here's my truth. That's my opinion on the events that have occurred.
So I think there's ways we can disagree about things, and you can disagree with my take. That's perfectly fine.
Also true. Like I said, I respect everyone who is here to engage in good faith. You can think I'm too left, you can think I'm too right, and I totally am open to that. You're welcome to think that to yourself. You're also welcome to say that to me. Like, go ahead and tell me why I'm wrong one way or the other, whether I'm a bootlicker or a communist or whatever. I'm totally open to all those. Well, I guess that's not exactly good faith, but again, as long as I actually think you're engaging in faith, even if you insult me, that's totally fine. So yeah, no, go ahead, call me a communist or a bootlicker, and we can have a good discussion.
I'm not saying my take is the objectively correct one to have. It's just the information I've been given and the way that I feel about it. And
Also true. Again, I'm glad this is his take. I wasn't prepared to like hate him or something, but he could have come down really hard on, again, he probably wouldn't come down super hard against ICE, but he could have come down hard on ICE's side, and I would have thought less of him. I'd still enjoy his content, but no, I think his take has been, you aren't communist. Wait, am I a bootlicker then? No, I'm just kidding. But no, I was being hyperbolic. But yeah, I mean so yeah, point is, if one side or the other is going to criticize me on the extreme, I'm either going to be a bootlicker or a communist in this conflict, is my point. But no, anyway, I really appreciate Brandon's video here. I think he's been pretty reasonable, and I appreciate where he's coming from here. I think it's a good take.
And you can disagree with my take. That's perfectly fine. I'm not saying my take is the objectively correct one to have. It's just the information I've been given and the way that I feel about it. And you're welcome to your own interpretation as well.
Yep.
So I'm sure there will be plenty of peaceful and logical discussion in the comments section. But for real, I mean, this is a messed up situation. And again, I hope that there's at least lessons to be learned from it so we can avoid stuff like this in the future. So anyhow, thank you.
Like I said, unfortunately, I don't have super high hopes for lessons being learned by the vast majority of people. Hopefully some people take some lessons from this. I think some people are, but it's not the majority because people are too tribal one way or the other. And that's also my bias as more of a libertarian. Like, that's where I come from. So I generally see what I think of as people taking the correct interpretation is going to be a small minority, because I although I'm more right leaning definitely and see a lot of I fit in with a lot of the behavior on the right. I also see a lot of right wingers and left wingers behaving absolutely atrociously on this issue. Like, it's absolutely wild seeing a bunch of the so-called conservatives go hardcore anti-gun. It's been depressing but funny.
That there's at least lessons to be learned from it so we can avoid stuff like this.
Hopefully.
So
again, even if I don't have hope, even if I'm not super optimistic about it, I absolutely agree with his take there that is what we should be looking for. So yeah, even though I've been a little doom pilly here, no, I will also sign out in the same way that I hope people are at least learning lessons here. It's a terrible situation, and hopefully people can look at things, think things through, and try to change things in such a way that we don't have this again. So yeah, I absolutely agree on there.
Anyhow, thank you guys. Again, let's try to keep it civil in the comments.
I will look at the comments in a sec. Yep.
I'll see you guys next
time. I think it's probably going to be pretty civil. Perfect weapon.
Did you see Trump actually made a comment about the SIG? No. Oh my God. The president.
I had not seen this. Let's see what he has to say. Oh my God. What are we gonna walk into here? I'm gonna look over to the other screen now. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm glad we get to go out on a funny note too. What the fuck? He actually talked about the SIG. Wait, I might have heard a little bit about this. I don't. It's not super familiar, but yeah. Anyway, let's see what he has to say. I might have heard about this, but this is amazing. We got Trump actually saying this in an interview about the SIG P320 before GTA 6. President reportedly asserted that Preddy had a very dangerous gun, a dangerous and unpredictable gun, and added, "It's a gun that goes off when people don't know it." I wish Trump spoke a little better. Like, you know when your gun goes off. That's like, it's a gun that goes off when you don't want it to, when you don't intend it to. But dude, you know, say what you want about SIG. You're gonna know when your SIG goes off. You're gonna know when your SIG goes off, whether you want it to or not. You're gonna know when it goes off.
The president reportedly asserted that Preddy had a,
That's
quote,
still funny.
very dangerous gun, a dangerous and unpredictable gun, and added, it's a gun that goes off when people don't know it. We have the President of the United States now officially commenting on the P3 calls. And I think I'm going to approach this using the one thing that the internet fucking hates. An open mind and nuance. That's two things.
Oh, I'm glad we got to go out on a fun note there. All right, let's very briefly, because this is we once again turned a 20-minute video into a 2-hour react. But like I said, this was something that was weighing on me a little bit. I just had to work through it a little bit. So we covered a lot of ground. I think I probably rambled a bit. We did some circular stuff, but yeah, on this one I don't really hate it. This was a very topical issue, a very heavy issue, and something I'd been putting off. So in this case, I don't care. But yeah, anyway, point is, this is already a 2-hour video, so let's very quickly look through the comments here a little bit, and then we'll see what we got. This one is really tough, and it's hard to say exactly what the right take is. What are your thoughts? If you disagree, why? How can you disagree? He was nuanced. Like, I mean, people are still going to disagree, but like, if you disagree with what? He was kind of, I don't say that in a bad way, but he was kind of all over the place. Like, he presented various statements and stuff. But anyway, that's kind of interesting, but yep. Let me know down below. I look forward to reading them. SIG P320 just can't stay out of controversy. Very true. SIG P320 begins to lose relevance in the public eye, starts a civil war. Guns don't kill people. It's just literally all about the SIG so far. SIG P320 laughing at you from the kitchen counter. Oh my God. Cash himself said we aren't allowed to carry guns. Then he backpedaled. Oh my God, I fucking hate it. How could we have 4K cameras on every single phone out there and still get potato quality footage? Also true. I've been wondering about that too. That's very weird. It's all a psyop. It's fake. This wasn't even a real event. No, I'm just kidding. Probably. But no, it is very fucking weird. How come we don't have high quality footage? 1911s ends world wars. P320s begins civil wars. Yep. I've been under a rock. Interesting. I'm going back under the rock. Very good take as well there too. Everyone go back under the rock, please. It's so depressing outside the rock, above the rock. It's not great out here. Amount of people justifying his death due to him having a firearm on him is absolutely insane to me. I like how we're what a year. Cap, it's all that seems a good place to end, because again, it's good to end on a high note. So yeah. What a year, huh? Captain, it's January. It's fucking January. All right, there we go. Happy January, folks. Have a good year. That'll do it for this video. Again, pretty heavy content, in my opinion. I'm glad we could end it on a laugh. I think there was some good takes in the video. I think there is some good attitudes and some funny moments despite the tragic and heavy tone overall. So yeah, anyway, let's go out on a high note. Hopefully this shit doesn't happen again, and let's at least enjoy the memes. There are some good ones, like the P320 starting civil war and shit like that. So yeah, anyway, stay safe out there. Don't be retarded, and have a good one. Thanks for watching. That'll do it for this video. Peace. All right, I will be right back. What do I want to react to next? We'll probably I did my part on that one. We could watch the anti-gun takes, but I kind of just want to go back to avoiding this whole issue. So that's out too. That's out too. We might do that tomorrow. So we could just do another. We could do more High Guard, or I don't even know what this one is. They tried to lie about a stream. Maybe we just do this because we don't know what it is. And let me turn off the going forward. Let me turn off thug glasses. Okay. But yeah. Anyway, I will be right back. I just wanted to see what we do. But yeah, maybe we'll do another rev video. Could be fun. All right. Thanks for watching. Peace. Welcome back to me. I'm back. Yeah, let's do this. Or we could just yap about High Guard again. That might be easier than jumping into. I don't even know what this is about. Other thing is, we could just look up like some fun React stuff. Like I saw some people reacting to what made Pippa famous or what made Fillion famous. So we could just react to some other VTuber stuff too, completely separate from drama. We could shit on journos and devs. That could be fun. Yeah, fuck it. And I'm not sure why exactly it's happening, but I've noticed it being a thing. Let me see if I can grab my model and drag it down like, nope. Is that it? Why is there... I don't know what's causing that. 'Cause even if I drag it, there's still a blurry line there. It's probably because of my lighting effects or something. But I don't know why even dragging this down. Oh, that's not it. Frick. I'm just gonna mess up all my settings here. Yeah, even if I drag my model all the way down, it's still blurring along the sides there. Here, let me see if I change the offset, will it go away? No. I have no clue what's going on, honestly. All right, it is what it is. I'll fix it later. Or probably not. Seems like a lot of work. Ahoy, ahoy. We're just going to watch some AAA devs rushing to defend High Guard, another Hero High video. Oh my god, my throat, man. We just yapped for like 2 hours. Anyway, yeah, anyway, we wanted to lighten the mood with let's just watch this shit show. Yeah. Anyway,
Yesterday I talked about High Guard and how
and the day before. I say the day before, but I think it's only been out 2 days and it's already fucking doomed.
a number of corporate journalists have been very upset
We're not people.
with gamers for not supporting their latest slop. And since then, they've only gotten even more upset. And not just them.
What the fuck? That's unusual.
And since then,
Did he fall off the map? Is what they're calling out there?
they've only got
You gotta love Spidey instantly getting eliminated. Thankfully, he did put in work later, though. Like
gamers for not
It's
supporting
been a
their
while since
latest
I've played it. What is
slop.
that? What is that?
And since then,
Freaking call! He fell off the map. He must have like been trying to swing or something, and like missed and just sailed off into the abyss. That's pretty funny.
they've only gotten even more upset. And not just them, not just the corporate journalists, but even a number of high-profile AAA game devs have come out expressing
Which reminds me, I saw a tweet. Yeah, I will try to keep my yapping to a minimum, despite this being a react, because I tend to draw things out many more times than it should be, lengthwise. But yeah, I saw a tweet that pointed out that what was it? Something along. I can pull it up on my own thing. I won't make it on. I won't show it on the stream, but I'll go ahead and bring that up. Wow, people are responding. It's probably mostly nonsense, but anyway. I should stop tweeting so much. There we go. High Guard removed from the okay. That was that's right. Apex and Titanfall were the games. So the Steam store page removed. High Guard removes from the creators of Apex and Titanfall from their description. Like, that's fucking rough, man. They want so little to do with it. Someone decided it would be the right move to just get rid of that entirely. It's pretty funny. And like I said, I don't cheer on the downfall of games, and I think people are going to be caught up in this that don't deserve it. Like, not everyone is going, like, someone is pushing the vision. You're going to have general workers who might have known this was a shit game and done their best regardless and tried to do it and not been given the freedom. So yeah, I it's an absurd situation. I don't cheer it on, but it's wild just what a toxic commodity these games that fail are. Like I said in previous reacts about the incident, it's unfortunate and I think personally undeserved, as shitty as Concord was, that just being involved with Concord, even if you're just 2 of the 60 devs or something like that, that this game was getting called Concord 2.0. It did end up living up to the hype, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't think those people deserved it, and I think it's gonna like double and triple down, where you have these people being such toxic commodities. They will like if I were in that situation, I certainly wouldn't, no matter how talented they were, I wouldn't want anyone related to Concord or now High Guard involved in my game, because someone might call it Concord or Highguard, like Concord 3.0 or Highguard 2.0 or something like that. These people, and again, I want to be very clear, I'm not cheering this on. I'm not being like, ha 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 ha, you lose or whatever. But these people are so toxic at this point that I don't really know how they continue in the industry. Like, Highguard put the nail in the coffin on every Concord dev, because it's very clear that Concord is a toxic commodity, and I think the same will apply to the Highguard devs. So yeah, this is just sealing a lot of people's, and again, some of that's undeserved. Not everyone gets to say what game they're building clearly. Just because you develop a game doesn't mean that that's the game you personally would have developed. So you've got a bunch of people who are pretty much out of the industry at this point. Anyway, let's continue.
Their support for Highguard and their anger towards gamers for once again not supporting this game.
Gamers! Anything but those fucks! Buy our game.
We have Sven Vinka here, the
Holy shit.
Larian CEO. And it's unfortunate to see him making some really
Larian.
bad takes right now.
Larian.
This is someone who, of course, has made some...
It is unfortunate. Larian has made some good games. They've also made some really, really bad statements and weird shit. And I don't know what's going on with that picture too, and I don't really want to.
Great games, and he's made some good points in the past regarding the state of the industry. Like I said, his current takes are rather unfortunate. He starts by making a take that essentially expresses implied support for Highguard and dislike towards people mocking Highguard, as well as a deleted tweet, which I will show you in a moment.
Let's just, I am just curious. Again, I'm trying not to yap quite so much proportionally to the length of the React video, but let's go ahead and see, just because I do also like to get all that context. So I don't like people shitting on things others have created. Putting something out into the world makes you vulnerable, and that alone deserves respect. Even if you dislike the creation, it's easy to destroy things. It's a lot harder to build them. The best critics understand blah, blah, blah. Plenty of games I genuinely don't like playing, and there are many I know are made for the wrong reasons. However, it's incredibly rare, whatever. I generally agree with what I can see of the first statement. Like I said, I don't relish the failure of others. Doesn't mean some things, I mean, yeah, some things are created for the wrong reasons, and I do think those should be called out. But no, I don't relish the failure of others. But also putting something out makes you vulnerable, but does that deserve respect? I don't know. Like I respect the war heroes who aren't caught. No, but it's just like, yeah, no, obviously creating a good game is much more respectable than creating a bad game, which does not mean that everyone involved in creating a bad game should be mocked and blacklisted and their failure cheered on. But so yeah, I can see it both ways. I wish I could see the full comment here if we're going to talk about the full comment, but yeah, I don't know. It's not a terrible statement, but it is, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird to jump in on the Highguard did nothing wrong train, because they clearly did. Like, I get, and I've done it myself, I get not cheering it on, but jumping out to defend it, I don't know. Like, again, I will defend some of that and say that it's not deserved, but also clearly the news regarding Highguard, like if we're just talking about the news is that it fucking flopped. Like, if I'm talking Highguard, that's gonna be the key element there. I can hedge it with other stuff like, oh, some of these people are okay and they didn't deserve this or whatever, but clearly the breaking news, that the noteworthy elements of this is that Highguard fucking sucks. No one liked it. It's boring. It wasn't ready for release. There were a bunch of technical elements wrong with it too, and it's flopping really hard in real time.
Highguard, as well as a deleted tweet, which I will show you in a moment. Let's start with the initial tweet here. Take it from the top. He
Okay,
says,
cool. We did get all
I
of it,
don't
and
like
he'll
people
read it.
trashing on things others have created. Putting something out into the world makes you vulnerable, and that alone deserves respect, even if you dislike the creation. It's easy to destroy things. It's a lot harder to build them. The best critics understand this. Even when they're being critical, they do their best not to be hurtful. I mean, the fact of the matter is, we don't owe...
I will say, I wonder what account this is, because I get, like, I don't know if that's his icon on Twitter, if he's got a second account or something, but that's interesting. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, again, not a terrible statement. You can say, like, why are you even getting involved or something like that would be my thing. Like, why jump in on the side of people who have obviously fucked up? And again, it's not even 100% deserved. A bunch of it was just like the advertising around it more so than the game itself. Even like it got hyped up, a bunch of people were hating on it before it even released. There are all kinds of extenuating circumstances, but still it's kind of weird to inject yourself into this and take their side. Like, again, I'll take the kind of once again nuanced stance of laughing at the state of the game while also lamenting the failure of the people involved. I can do that, but I'm not jumping in and being like, oh, well, they put themselves out there and that's worthy of respect. Like, I don't think they should be blacklisted from the industry just because their game flopped. But they made a bad game. Like, what about making a bad game is worthy of respect? They shouldn't be disrespected, but should they be respected? Doesn't really seem that way to me. Respect is earned. Like, just trying to make a good game is not worthy of respect. Making a good game is. I don't know. To some extent, effort obviously is worthy of respect, but just jumping in to be like, well, they tried is a really fucking weak defense. I guess that's what I'm getting at. Again, I kind of get where he's coming from. Yeah, sure, whatever. I see the point, but it's also just like, really, this is the fight you're picking?
These people
I don't
anything,
know.
including our respect.
I don't know.
Hey, they made slop and it was free.
Yeah.
We're supposed to respect that? I don't think so, man. Again, I
Kinda, yeah.
appreciate some of the stuff he's done for the industry, but I do not agree with this one. Not trying to hate on the dude, but yeah,
Yep.
I just don't think the point's very good.
Pretty
Then
much.
there is the deleted tweet that was
Okay,
posted
he'll read it out anyway. I won't
next.
pause here.
This one
Let's
had
go.
said, sometimes I think it would be a good idea for critics to be scored, Metacritic style.
Oh, is this gonna be fucking hot garbage? And I mean, he deleted it, so this is gonna be this is gonna be hot garbage, isn't it? This is gonna be hot garbage.
Based on how others evaluate their criticism, I like to imagine it would encourage a bit more restraint. The harsh words do real damage. You shouldn't have to grow callous on your soul just because you want to publish something.
Of course you fucking should, because you're putting your stuff out there. Like, and how can you have it both ways? Like, look, let's take the initial impression that releasing something to the world in itself is an act deserving of respect. Part of that is going to be because it's going to be judged. In my opinion, these two statements contradict each other. So if we're giving all creators respect just for releasing something, I think part of that is because they're putting themselves out there and risking criticism. So if you're also saying that people shouldn't be allowed to criticize them and that they shouldn't have to be callous just because they're just because they want to publish something, don't those contradict? Like, if there's no risk to releasing something, if no one is allowed to judge you for putting yourself out there, why should I respect you for putting yourself out there? This just, again, they just seem to contradict in my opinions. Like, if we're going to say creating anything is worthy of respect, it's because you're taking a risk. If there's no risk, it's not worthy of respect. If we're criminalizing people shitting on you for doing badly, where's the risk?
This is essentially a call for like a Reddit tier system. Again, the context here is not gaming journalists. He is implied to be defending Highguard and upset at people mocking it, which largely is coming from Steam reviews and individuals making videos, comments on various social media platforms, etc.
Like, that's just wild, man.
Which again implies that the context of him wanting critics to be evaluated is towards these individuals. This is a Reddit tier system where it can easily be abused and result in people getting censored. Over on Reddit, for example, we see that
It's
anyone outside of
it's
the popular
inherent
opinion
censorship.
gets massively downvoted. In many cases, moderators even step in, they outright remove those posts or even ban those accounts. And then the whole thing with him saying the harsh words do real damage. The phrasing on that is concerning because I've seen some of the
Weak
biggest
bitch
manipulators
shit.
online using the exact same rhetoric, where they're totally fine with people saying things if they're on their side, but as soon as they start getting criticism back, suddenly they start talking about how things need to get toned down, or that the language is too harsh, that it causes real damage,
That was
etc.,
weird.
etc. I'll give you guys a quick example of what I mean, though. I'll elaborate on this a little bit. In 2025, there was the English VA strike against Hoyoverse, which was a part of a larger strike from SAG-AFTRA against the gaming industry.
Film Actors
And the
Guild,
Hoyoverse
man.
side, they were trying to call
Film
it a collective work
Actors
refusal, however
Guild.
they want to spin it, whatever. But they were striking against Hoyoverse, and they wanted gamers to support them. And they said that the strike was only for AI protections. Well, over time, gamers read into this more. We got more information, and we
I will say, being nuanced again, some of that AI shit is absolutely predatory. I think it's pretty absurd. I'm relatively pro AI. I hate a lot of the anti AI attitude, but and for that matter, I hate a bunch of voice actors. The community is pretty fucking toxic. But it's also really predatory that some of the contracts that they were trying to force on voice actors was like basically one and done. It's like, if you work for us, we get to sample everything you're doing and replace you with. It's basically the meme of training your own replacement, but with robots this time, and it's shit. Again, I think AI has some very good elements. I use AI sometimes, not super skillfully, but I use it. It's a nice way to make a quick thumbnail or something like that. But yeah, as far as like replacing actual professionals in a field, I think people need to be very wary of that, especially when it just trickles up to a corporation or something like that. So when you have the norm in we just have to look at the human impact too. I won't rant on this too long, but like, if we have to look at the end point, like why, like you're and I'm not even saying this is a bad thing, but you're completely killing the voice actor community and replacing it with robots. So you know what, maybe I'm in favor because those people are insufferable. No, that's mostly tongue in cheek, but it is true that like if you apply that widely, you no longer need voice actors at all anymore. Like, and that is actually something worth fighting about for if you're a voice actor. Like, as insufferable as I find a bunch of those people, they're right to stand up against that particular brand of contract nonsense. Anyway, we got off topic on the AI thing, but it is offensive that they were asking them to replace themselves and train their own replacements. I don't care if it's robots. I don't care if it's voice actors who are fucking bitches. The whole train your own replacement shit is nonsense.
saw that was actually a lie. What they really wanted was to monopolize the industry. And they wanted to force every VA on Hoyoverse Games to be a part of their very corrupt union, SAG-AFTRA.
Yeah, that's also bullshit though. I could rant for a long time on unions, but I don't really think I have to. It's bullshit. And it certainly shouldn't be mandatory. Like, I don't think anyone should be forbid from joining a union. It's free association, whatever. But everything gets corrupted, and however you feel about the old school union movement, the current unions are just yet another offshoot of elite control. You have like the unions don't look after the people. Union workers might get better wages or something like that, but again, it balances out because they also have the fees. Like, they're forced to pay into the union, So in that respect, it balances out somewhat. And more damagingly, the unions become mandatory. So they take over fields, and you're now, instead of just being taxed by the government, you're also being taxed by some union that allegedly represents you, but just ends up having more control over you. So yeah, I'm not a big union person. And so anyway, I just wanted to also address that since we'd ranted about the other thing. But yeah, no, leave. Basically, I've been accused and admitted to being a libertarian, and so yeah, that's where I come down, is leave the fucking people alone. Let people work and form their contracts amongst themselves. Stop with the train your own replacement bullshit. Stop with the you have to sign, if you want this job you have to sign on and give me part of your paycheck. Like, I don't even get how that got off the ground. Like, that's, and I don't get how that got off the ground as a anti capitalist sort of leftist pro worker thing, is that you have to pay people to, I don't even know, look after your interests when they don't, and they end up much richer than, like, so yeah, the union bosses get so fucking filthy rich. It's just another, they're just CEOs. So yeah, it's wild to see the left be pro union, when if you were actually being consistent like I try to be, you should hate the CEOs that, and I'm not saying all CEOs, I think CEOs actually probably do more than unions, at least for the company, for the product. Like, unions don't do much for the product. Like, you can say they're protecting workers' rights, I think that's debatable, but anyway, they don't do anything for the actual product. At least CEOs might do something for the product. So in that respect, CEOs contribute more than union bosses. But if you're actually just looking at what they're taking from the workers and from the, you know, the productive class, whatever, it's the same picture, to use that meme. It's the same fucking picture. So it's wild that the left supports union bosses who often have like there was those things a couple years back. There was a somewhat controversial where that one guy who was like acting like some working class hero had like multiple yachts or something. And I think multiple was 2. It's not like he had 3 yachts or something insane like that, but he had like 2 yachts and was making like $1 million a year or more. Like, he was very, very, very high end of the economic graph. He was right up there. Like, he was an elite, and LARPing as middle class, and LARPing as working class. Like, he's a union dude, man. Anyway, we got a little off topic there, and this is still gonna shape out to our usual react ratio of absolutely insane. But yeah, anyway, I like to react to things. I like to share my opinion, and no, it's insane that people will defend one and not the other. Like, oh, we got to defend the workers, but also unions are fine and CEOs are bad. It's like, it's all the same fucking shit. Can we just look at things logically here? Can we actually break things down by the numbers? Anyway, let's go.
And any VA that wasn't a part of the union and therefore would go on to refuse joining the union, they wanted that VA fired, terminated, and replaced with a union VA.
There we go. And I won't rant about that, but that, again, when I get ranting, I often end up missing my point. But my point just was there that the mandatory union thing is fucking bullshit too. Like, that if you're like, they take over, like I said, they take over industries, and then you have to be union, which means you have to pay into the fees. It's literally mafia bullshit.
And so when gamers read into this and started criticizing them for this, suddenly these VAs began to get very toxic. And they were starting to insult the fans left and right.
Merry
Even
holidays.
trying to get outright communities banned off the internet because we dared question the lies that they were putting out there. And then when we started criticizing them more and more for these horrible actions, they started saying similar things. Like, oh, it's getting too hot in here. Oh, the temperature's too high. Oh, you need to tone it down. The words are causing real damage. And it's like, where was that energy when you were directing the same stuff at us? Or, you know, as a matter of fact, worse stuff at us. And then we point out that they're being toxic, and suddenly we need to tone it down. Suddenly we're being tone policed. I don't think so. The last part I'd like to discuss briefly is where he said,
Sometimes I think it'd be a good idea for oh, this is just the
in
same
his
one.
deleted
Whatever,
tweet,
move on.
you shouldn't have to grow callous on your soul just because you want to publish something.
I wonder. All right, will he have the same take I had? Because again, I'm not sure if it makes me feel better or worse about myself. Mostly better. But yeah, it's interesting when I react to something and I haven't seen their reaction to it, and then they agree with me. So we'll see if that's what happens here, or if it's going to be a different take. But yeah, anyway, let's see.
So first of all, the general negative comments and critical reviews that games get are largely generalized towards the game itself in this context. For example, once again, Highguard. Yes, people are criticizing the game and pointing out where the devs could have done better. However, almost all of that criticism...
I don't usually comment on its gameplay there, and I'm not super familiar with Rivals, but that was a pretty fucking cool combo. I think you can see them kind of freeze there with the green. I think that's Doctor Strange. I see a Magneto there, but I think that's a like Doctor Strange effect where he freezes everyone. So that's pretty cool with Doctor Strange, presumably freezing everyone, and then Star-Lord going in there with his ult there and shooting everyone. Again, not the point of a react, but I just saw it and thought it looked pretty cool.
However, almost all of that criticism is, as
freezes
mentioned,
them and then wrecks them.
Directed at the game in general and not at specific people.
Mm-hmm.
And so these corpos that Savin is trying to appeal to here,
corpos mentioned
here and cover for, run defense for, they're actually getting off easy compared to the sort of stuff that all of us have to deal with. Everyone else on the internet has to deal with more targeted criticism, whether we're talking about someone posting an opinion somewhere and then getting 50 people responding critically and calling them out.
I want 50 people responding critically to me
directly, or someone posting art on Twitter and then getting the Twitter police all replying with personal insults, in some cases even threats at them.
Dude, the art community is fucking wild. Like, I won't even get into that in this video, but like it's pretty sad. Like, people who don't deserve it sometimes get bullied to actual self-deletion, to use I think that's a YouTube friendly term. But yeah, no, it's pretty wild. Like, they're rabid, they're insane,
because the Twitter police were offended by the art that artist made.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many examples of this sort of thing, and they all essentially boil down to day-to-day
so many examples, including, like I said, some that lead to actual real-world harm.
Activities online that we all have to deal with. And yet he's implying that AAA devs have to go callous because of the stuff that they have to deal with. And it's like, dude, we're dealing with worse than that on a daily basis. Come on. Savin then goes on to talk about a reviewer that he thought did a really good job. One of the best reviewers he ever knew, actually.
Okay, truly cared about what they... Again, caring about something or putting effort in is not inherently praiseworthy. Like, okay, caring a little bit. Okay, frick, I'm contradicting myself, but it's fine. But yeah, no, both of those are to some extent praiseworthy. Of course, like, yeah, you did what you believed in, you put in that, but if you're not also producing a good product, it's like, yeah, try to limit the mockery and stuff, of course, but it's also like you don't also get to ignore the criticism. If you tried something and it didn't work, that's still on you. Anyway, one of the best reviewers I ever knew refused to review games he considered failures. He believed that developers deserved the chance to try again. He knew that every failed attempt could be what enabled the next great one. I know this because I was one of those developers that failed, and he only told me many years later. Like, that's something. Semi valid, but for the most part, it's just like, no, you shouldn't refuse to do review. Like, if you're reviewing thing, you should be able to review whether it's bad or good. Like, don't be mean about it. Like, so yeah, you already have the, like, as the reviewer, you already have that responsibility, so you could, and more importantly, power. Like, that's what I'm getting at. You already have that power, so if you don't want to be negative, don't be negative, but still say that the game didn't wow you, or that it wasn't fun or something like that, and actually try, like, say you can start off with being like, oh, I think there's potential here, and hopefully the developer lures and grows or something like that. Like, be like, yeah, no, this, I see the potential. Like, so yeah, try to spin it in a positive. You can still try to be positive in your negative reviews, but the idea of just not reviewing a game you didn't like at all, it's like that kind of defeats the purpose of the reviews, and also looks bad on, like, that reflects badly on the reviewer too, because if you're only reviewing good games, you look like a shill. Like, even if you're avoiding reviewing the bad games for a humane reason, like that you want to avoid like shitting on devs that did a bad game, you're also shitting on yourself, because then it just looks like you're only reviewing games you like, which makes it look like you might be paid or something like that. So the whole idea is just fucking bad. Like, just I almost apologize, but again, this is actually something I'm really proud of. I value honesty, and it's what I try to do. And so yeah, it's kind of a theme of tonight and a couple of the React videos I've done. It's just like, just fucking be honest. That's what people respect. I think it builds a good audience. I think it's just generally good if you're projecting that view, and it's a view I honestly hold, but it's also one I project, of course, because anything I put out there is something I project, but it's an honestly held belief. But yeah, just fucking be honest. So don't be hateful, but be honest. So if you think a game's bad, you address the elements you don't like. If you think the game's good, address the elements you do like. Like, just the same thing goes. Like, these people are like, oh, you can't do that because it's going to slander the thing. No, just if the developers have to put themselves out there, the reviewers also have to put themselves out there. Jesus, I can't speak. But yeah, everyone who chooses to put themselves out there has to put themselves out there. I'll fucking do it. Like, yeah, again, I'll be honest, including things that make me uncomfortable. Yeah. So like, what do I even say to this? Like, no, that's not something praiseworthy that you only review games you like. It doesn't reflect well on you, and it doesn't reflect well on the games you refuse to review. Like, if I create a game, I'm gonna want people to review it. Of course, I'm not gonna appreciate the bad reviews. Well, okay, I shouldn't say appreciate, but I'm not gonna enjoy the bad reviews. But like, if it's actually done by a decent reviewer who's being honest and showing exactly why they don't like it, and not just shitting on the game and being like, it's not fun, don't play it, don't buy it, don't give this guy money, of course that's not going to be fun to see. But if it's someone who's actually engaging with my content honestly, that's good shit. So you don't have to just completely ignore games you don't like. Just explain why you don't like it, and if you're actually a good reviewer, you're gonna be doing good work for that developer. So this whole like, oh, I didn't like his game, so I didn't review it because I didn't want to be mean to him or stuff, it's fucking bullshit. Hit them when they're down. No, I'm kidding, of course, but it's no, again, just be honest. Like, holy shit, just fucking be honest. That's what we need.
And how that person refuses to review games that he thought would be considered failures. You know, there's a word for that, bro. It's called a shill.
Be nice. Yeah, exactly. It's a shill. Whether or not he's doing it for shilly reasons, he comes off as a shill. It's shillist behavior. Be nice to people that create things is what I'm trying to say. I wish my model had more disgust face, but like, be nice to everyone within reason. You don't get special treatment for creating things though. Like, be nice to people that create things. Again, be nice to everyone, but like just tell it how it is. You don't be especially nice to people who create things, because if they're creating bad things, who the fuck cares? You need them? I do not need people who create bad shit. I do not need HighGuard devs. And again, I've defended HighGuard and Concord devs for that matter, and Concord was a fucking disaster. But I don't need them. I don't need them. I don't think they should be like unfairly driven out of the industry, but I don't fucking need them. Be nice to people that create things. That's I'm not gonna say it, but it's fucking wrong. It's fucking wrong. No. Be nice to people that create things. What the fuck?
Anyways, he then concludes. He concludes by saying, and yes, I get that if people are charging money, you want to know if it's good or not. But reviewers can just say,
there's the classic, here's a statement, but. It's like the, I support the First Amendment, but hate speech isn't free speech. Or I respect the Second Amendment, but you need licensing and government approval to wield your firearms or something like that. It's, yeah, no. When they say blank, 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 but you can often ignore what comes before that. Be nice to people in general. Criticism is nice because they can improve what they do. Exactly. That's what I was getting at. It's just like, you don't put carves out for people. Like, if you, it's basically if you judge based on like whether they're a creator, like if they create things, or if they're male or female, or what their skin color is, if you're breaking people down by that, you're contradicting your own values. Like if you have a value, like being like you said right there, that's universal. Be nice to people in general, and criticism is nice because they can improve what they do. If you're not judging people based on what they're creating, it's useless. Like if you're not judging creators based on what they're creating, and instead that they tried to do it, or if they're female or male or black or white or whatever, the more you break that shit down, the more you're getting away from your core values. Like values have to be universal, just like law. Like we've talked about, like in relation to the recent the shootings that the ICE agents, or again Border Patrol agents did. You have to apply these values universally, or they don't hold true. You can't just be like, well, in this case I do this, in this case I do that. Do we have a Republican president? Do we have a Democrat president? I know that sounds kind of totally like we just got way off topic there, but no, it's, if you're not willing to actually judge someone on the merits, what's the point? If you're putting all this other stuff on them, like, oh, well, they're a creator, so I'm going to be nicer to them because I respect that they tried, or something like that. No, judge them based on what they're putting out there. If they've put out good art, praise them for that good art. If they put out bad art, tell them that it's bad art. And if you want to be positive and see actual potential in what they've put out there, tell them that too. Like, you can be nice while also telling them why they fucking failed or something like that. It's so frustrating how these people are. And I shouldn't say these people. I don't know what this guy's opinions are, politics are. I have some ideas, but yeah. Anyway, and yes, I get that if people are charging money, you want to know if it's good or bad. But reviewers can just say, I didn't enjoy it, or I don't think it's well made, or I don't think it's worth the money they are charging. That's enough. No need to get personal for the sake of some likes. Very few people are getting personal. Like, the reviewers are not getting personal. In fact, as we can see, and as the very title of this video says, AAA devs are rushing to defend HighGuard. And as the video reacted to yesterday was about, other journalists defending it. It's like, no one is attacking Highguard on personal for like no need to get personal. No one's getting personal. People are like being like, hey, this big game that was super hyped came out, and yeah, like I've said, some people were expecting it and hoping it to fail, but that's not where most of the criticism is coming from. This is a overly sensitive take here. The whole no need to get personal. No one's getting personal. Some people might be mildly unfair or something because they were predisposed to hate it, but it sounds like a shit game. Sounds like a shit game. They fucking failed. I don't personally take pleasure in that they failed, and I think some people are going to be unfairly driven out of the industry by this. Whether like I think plenty of people involved in this probably don't deserve that, and yeah, but like that's most of the reviews meet this guy's expectations of, say, I didn't enjoy it. It's well made. I don't think it was well made. I don't think it's worth the money. It's free to play, but still not worth the money. That's enough. Yeah, no. But that's what most people are saying, and you're still acting like they're attacking people for like political or likes or clout or something like that. Most people's objections to the game were not about any of that, and they were about that the game was not fun. People need to chill the fuck out, man. Highguard failed. I've said repeatedly, I don't enjoy that Highguard failed. I thought it did get a bad rap from the very get-go. I thought it was fighting uphill battles. But yeah, it was not a good game. I like how it's 2 days later. I'm already speaking of it in past tense. But yeah, it didn't land. I personally have not played it. It didn't look like my kind of game, so I am an outsider. If people like it, I hope it does well. I don't wish it any harm. But yeah, it sounds like it fucking flopped. That's just how it is.
I didn't enjoy it, or I don't think it's well made, or I don't think it's worth the money.
Again, that's what most people are fucking saying. No one's like, oh my god, these fucking bleep, these fucking bleep. I like, I may say fuck too much because even in my joking censorship, I never censor fuck. But yeah, these bleep and bleeps, they just made a bleep and bleep game that bleeps, and I hope they bleep. No one's saying that. No one's saying that.
They're charging. That's enough. No need to get personal for the sake of some likes. Look, first of all, it's not even just about the money, and this is going to be something you're going to see a lot with the rest of these takes. A lot of people are trying to defend Highguard by saying it's free. And he's not saying that here, but my point is it's not always about the money.
Free real estate.
Time is also very important. And these people are not obligated to our time or our money. Above that, too, he says, like, be nice to people that create things. Look.
Again, be nice to everyone, generally speaking, unless they prove themselves not worthy of that. But yeah, this be nice. I don't like artists, man. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I don't like artists. No, but I don't like that entitled attitude that many artists think they're better than everyone else because they're creating something. So yeah, it's a little memey saying I don't like artists, but yeah, there's some problems. There's some problems. Be nice to people who create things. Fuck you.
We're going to be nice to people that are nice. There are people that create things and are very toxic and rude. Like, just by default, someone creating things doesn't mean that they are that we're all obliged to be nice to them, is my point. And then him saying, exactly. You need them. It's like, no, we really don't. It's more contextual than that. And then back down to the last part there where he's saying, like, reviewers can just say, I didn't enjoy it, or I don't think it's well made, or I don't think it's worth the money. And he's like, that's enough. People are allowed to say more than that, man. That doesn't...
They are, and I gotta chill out because we're roughly halfway through the video and we're already where I'd like to be on react length. I really have to get my shit together. I yap too much, which has its positives and its negatives, but if we're just talking like actual marketability, which again, I don't make any money off this. It's just a hobby. But yeah, no, we should already be done with this video here, and we're halfway through. All right. Anyway, holy shit.
I mean, it's personal. That doesn't mean they're just trying to get likes. As a matter of fact, it's good when people express all the issues they have with the game. It allows the game to have a chance at improving. It's not bad for people to leave a nuanced opinion, even if it's a negative review. Anyways, once again, Savent has made some good takes in the past. I just don't think this was one of them. Not that deep, though. Moving on. The next person we have here is Cliff
No comment.
Blazinski, who they say is an American video game designer known for his work on Unreal and Gears of War, while over at Epic Games. After leaving Epic in 2012, he co-founded Boss Key Productions in 2014, which closed in 2018 after the commercial failure of the multiplayer shooter Lawbreakers. Since Boss Key's closure, Blazinski has spent his time with theater and writing. And he says, when did it become trendy to hate on a new game? Been seeing it more and more in recent years. It's exhausting.
I will say, because again, I'm a fence sitter. No, I'm not. I hate the term fence sitter. I don't consider myself a fence sitter, but I do like to, again, I like to be honest. I like to be nuanced. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. I do think there's some truth here. People are more inclined to like hate things. It's a very political environment. But also, again, the game's a fucking failure. Like, what do we say here? And some elements of that do come to, like, some elements of the perception of the game do come down to that people were predisposed to hate it. I've said that since the very first React video to this. Logical centralist. I'm not a centrist. I'll take the logical. I'm not a centrist because that's like I'm not trying to shoot it down the middle. I consider myself more right wing. I agree a lot more with the right than the left, so I don't consider myself a centrist. I do consider myself logical, and I like to take everything based on values. But yeah, no. But when did it become trendy to hate on new games? New games have gotten fucking shit, and people are calling it out. So again, some of that's unfair. But also, there's a bunch of fucking shit new games.
It's exhausting, guys.
It is. It's exhausting.
And not question anything.
Consume
Why aren't you all
product.
just supporting us? In response to his question, this user would say, since the rise of the gaming grifters, it became profitable to foment.
Grifters mentioned. Go ahead. Call us chuds. I've been called a centrist, so now I just have to lean into the extremist. I'm a fucking chud. I need to get my chud credit back. I'm a fucking extremist gamer chud.
Hate. Cliff just says totally. Yeah, that's all that's going on here. It's not that these games are genuinely bad or in some cases mid. It's not that they could improve their games at all.
Cliff Blazinski is a bundle of sticks. Again, I need to reclaim my chud credit here. I'm a chud.
Right? No. It's just the gaming grifters. That's why these people aren't getting support for their games, right?
It really is fucking wild. Like, of course there are fucking grifters. There's way more grifters than I would like. But a lot of the people who use the term grifters are just covering for their own ideological corner themselves. Like, really? People objected to... how many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Do we really have to go back to like 2013 and Gamergate and all that shit? Like when all that shit kicked off, man, we really got to go old school here. Like the chuds, the grifters were not the ones who did this to gaming. Gaming existed for decades. Many decades before this fucking nonsense. We didn't do this. We did not do this. The grifting, as they say it, is a natural reaction to the capture by outside forces of malicious intent and the enshittification of gaming. Like I could go on, but these people are the enemy. Like again, I was called a centrist in chat, so I feel the need to go extreme. I feel the need to like mark my territory and like take a stand. We got to take a big stand here, guys. But yeah, no, holy shit. Like I'm partly memeing, but I'm also totally serious. Like the idea that people are harsh on games because they're fucking grifters completely misses the point that these corporate journo shills and woke. No, I know. Again, I feel so bad. Like you gotta understand. My humor is very dry. You have, Reaper, for the record, you have literally never offended me. And if you ever think I have, like, okay, how about like right now I'll say, if you actually piss me off, like, do we need a code word? What's your code word? What do I say when you actually piss me off? Because if you tell me, I'll try to remember it and I will say that to you if you ever piss me off. But yeah, I want it on the record. You've never pissed me off. I'm reacting here. This is react content. And again, I'm genuine, but also exaggerate. And so no, I didn't take it personally. I'm memeing. But yeah, I know I'm nuanced. I know I can take multiple stances, but I'm also honest when I say these things. So yeah, but no, we're leaning into the extremists. We're leaning into one side or the other. We're taking a stand here. We're taking a stand against the people who have ruined video games for us, the common people, as we try to just go about our bread and circuses while the elites fuck us daily. Go ahead and lean. I'm leaning. So yeah, anyway, what's the code word? What do I tell you when you actually offend me, which will probably never happen because I'm just here to have fun. But yeah, anyway, when did it become trendy to hate on new games? Been seeing it a lot more in recent years. Like, no, rise of gaming grifters. Again, are there gaming grifters? Sure. There I go, being nuanced again. Sure, absolutely, there are gaming grifters, but there are also a lot of fucking fed up gamers, capital G, hard R, capital G, hard R gamers, who are just trying to fucking game, and these people, for lack of a better term, came in and are like, nope, this is our thing now. And then they fucking whine after they change the thing, make it worse. And you get in there and everyone's like, wait, no, we actually don't like this. And they're like, you telling us you didn't like new thing that's fucking mean. Anyway, holy shit, that was a fun rant, but let's move on. But yeah, no, it's wild. The rise of gaming grifters, like, that just completely ignores all of human history. That might be a slight exaggeration. No, it's not an exaggeration. They ignore all of human history. Moving on.
They can do nothing wrong. As usual from these sort of people, they never take accountability. They never admit where they could improve on things, and there's nothing wrong with admitting that, you can improve on things. That's actually totally fine. But these people are so egotistical that
remember what they took from us. Boys.
They'll never admit that. And instead, they look for any excuse to deflect blame on others. Oh, it's just the fault of the gaming grifters. And so they get called out for this, or rather, I should say, he gets called out for this in the responses. For example, when the journalists refused to properly review, the gamers started doing it themselves. Now the industry is upset.
Fair.
Another
true
one
and
simply
real.
saying hypocrite.
True.
And then this one saying, everyone is a grifter when they criticize bad.
I think I've seen that account a couple times now. But anyway, everyone is a grifter when they criticize bad game practices, dog shit releases, and outright antagonistic brands. Yep.
gaming practices, trash releases, and outright antagonistic brands. Got it. Then we got this Paris guy from the Kinda Funny podcast. He says, if you love video games, always root for a game to succeed. The ripple effect of a failed game on the industry impacts the people who make games. And
But what if the game's bad? Like, I'll let this play out, but like, and I thought it might be like a meme, but it's like, it seems like it's actually serious. Like, no, you shouldn't. Like, obviously, you should root for every game to succeed. It would be great if every game was great, but they're fucking not. You shouldn't root for bad games to have an impact on the industry, aside from like being recognized as bad and people being like, maybe we shouldn't do that again. What the fuck are we doing here, dude? Holy shit.
the ripple effect of a failed game on the industry impacts the people who make games and us, the people who enjoy playing them for many years afterwards.
Again, the ripple impact of a bad game on the industry, if handled well, is good because you then avoid that shit in the future. Ignoring... I feel like I'm repeating myself, and I think although it is a value of mine, it does feel like especially prominent tonight. I think the word of the night is honesty. Like, we just have to be fucking honest. Like, if it's a bad game, we're gonna learn more from acknowledging that it's bad and why it's bad and trying to avoid that in the future, than pretending it's not and being like, oh, well, if we say this game is bad, that'll project negativity on the industry. No. Lying will project will ripple down and have negative effects on the industry. Like, it's better to be negative if negativity is deserved than to falsely project positivity on a negative thing, because then you're saying that that's okay going forward and bad games should be treated as good. And then you get fucking more bad games.
You're witnessing that impact right now. This response says, sorry, man, but no. Rewarding subpar products is how you continue to get subpar products.
Hey, it's what I said.
Speaking out about what you like and dislike is something that a customer has the right to do.
Hey, it's what I said.
And should do. Yeah, it's hilarious that this guy is talking about the industry, which has become increasingly corrupt and increasingly predatory towards all of us.
Yep.
It's like, oh no, guys, if you're not supporting the industry, it's going to negatively impact the industry. Yeah, that's not a problem. That's actually a good thing. That's a good thing.
Based.
Bro took something that's actually great and is like, hey guys, that's bad. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't try to make the industry a better place. Just consume. Recurring theme with these people. It's also hilarious how he's saying that we need to actively root for the industry. Sometimes you hear people say stuff like, if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything. Well, he took it a step above that even. He's saying we need to actively root for the industry. Like, what, he expects us to be literal cheerleaders for AAA? Hey, EA, you did a great job. Activision Blizzard, I'm cheering for you guys. Keep up the great work. Take more of my money, please. Oh, we're not done yet, though.
What do we got here? Okay, so this is Cliff Bundle, dude. Okay, it's downright horrible, especially a free game. I capitalize things sometimes, but this is just fucking cringe. Like, you got to capitalize strategically, fellas. Strategically, especially a free game from a new studio. I thought this was from established devs by Apex and Titanfall and Concord, such esteemed establishment franchises as Concord. But yeah, new studio. Anyway, that's not the point. Just so sad. This is a hobby for people. They should approach with joy, not hatred. Not hatred. Bro, I'm like, this is one of those things. This is one of those things where I assume I'm gonna say what Rev is gonna say from here on out. But yeah, they should approach with joy, not hatred. Again, I wish Highguard had done well. that would be cool. A bunch of people were looking at it negatively, but it would still be cool if it had exceeded expectations and people had liked it. Like, I like good games being released. Like, if we're talking about the gaming community and, you know, the industry and all that, like, yeah, more good games. More good games is good. I want more good games. I don't want games to fail. I don't want, like I said, I don't want devs to be blacklisted. I don't want devs to do so poorly they're a mockery and all that. Yeah, no, that's not good for anyone. I don't cheer that on. I don't cheer the misfortune of anyone. But this forced positivity, and it's not even positivity, it's just like censorship. It's just like you literally can't be negative. And I'm not saying he has the power to say that, but that's the implication. It's like trying to shape people in that direction that you shouldn't be negative. But yeah, especially a free game from a new studio. Dude, I owe these fuckers nothing. And again, I was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. Plenty of people were not. I was willing to. That's just me. I'm like, yeah, no, that's fine. I would like, if it was a good game and if people enjoyed it and if people stuck around, like, yeah, no. I was not invested in this. I came in with no hatred. I've addressed it like 3 nights in a row now, just because it's the current news or whatever. We're addressing it. It's an interesting topic, but I've never wished ill on Highguard the game or the devs of Highguard. But it sounds like it's not performing in a way that is satisfying anyone. Like, you just can't avoid that. Just so sad. This is a hobby for people. They should approach with joy, not hatred. Some people are approaching with hatred. Most people are just approaching with, like, again, I think just like me, I think a bunch of the people who are playing Highguard, the majority, because most people are not as politicized as me. That's just a fact. This whole fucking account is because I wanted a outlet for yapping like this. So yeah, I am much more political than the average person. I choose to come online and voice my opinions like this. But yeah, most people much less political than me, and I think like me, they were probably not attached to the idea of this game doing poorly, and I think they would have been pleased and given it their, like, if Highguard had been a better game, all these people you're calling fucking haters would probably be playing the game and giving them money. Like, they're not haters. They're people who played the game and were disappointed. Again, I've said repeatedly, there are haters. There are people who wanted this game to fail. There are people who went in with a closed mind and are just like, oh, Concord 2.0, because 2 of the 60 devs are Concord devs or whatever. Like, there were people who went in thinking this game would be a failure, hoping it would be a failure, laughing at it. But tiny minority. That's not why the game is failing. It's not why the game is failing. So yeah, this is a hobby for people, but also a profession. Like, the people making this game, it's not a hobby. You don't just get to be like, oh, well, it's a hobby. You should enjoy our fucking slop. Like, you didn't produce a good product, and there are other products out there. You're not entitled to forgiveness or goodwill. You were given a chance and squandered it because you released a game that, if we're being the most charitable, sounds like was not ready. Maybe you should have waited longer. Like, maybe in 2 months you could have made a good game. Maybe you could have done more playtesting. There were problems both in, like I said, both in technical aspects and in gameplay aspects. You could have changed this into a decent game, though, but you didn't. It's not about hatred. It's not about joy. It's not about it being a hobby. It's a professional environment, the development aspect at least. It's a professional environment, and these professionals failed. You don't just get to hide behind it's a hobby and people are supposed to have fun with video games. Of course. But there are plenty of video games out there, and if your video game isn't... Highguard had potential. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, you don't just get to hide behind, oh, well, it's a hobby and people should just have fun with it, because you're in a saturated environment where there's a bunch of other games that people might have more fun with. So if you're not bringing something to the table, you don't just get to be like, oh, it's a hobby, don't be so hateful. but no, it absolutely had potential. And again, I think the chances are low just because the launch was so disastrous, but I don't wish them any ill will. I hope they can recover. You do see games kind of revamp things. I think Highguard 1.0 is fucking doomed. I think people are fed up with it, but yeah, they should take a step back, redo some things, be clear about the messaging about what they're redoing, and maybe people will give it another chance in a couple months when they release Highguard 2.0 or something like that. And I honestly wish them the best, because it's not about hatred. It's not about glee in their misfortune. And I do hope they do well. They absolutely squandered their launch for sure. But yeah, no, game has potential. Hopefully they can realize, hopefully they can take the negative reviews that apparently, according to some here we've seen today, we're not supposed to be able to have. Hopefully they can take those negative reviews to heart, realize why people aren't liking the game, change the game to make it something that people do like, and come back. I would love to, and I put this totally on the record there, I hope in 2 months' time, or however long it takes, I hope to come back and be like, yo, this Highguard shit is legit. Good for them. This is the comeback story. Again, I've condemned the people who just wanted to focus on that there were a couple Concord devs in this and be like, oh, this is Concord 2.0. This is woke. This is doomed. No, I wish the best for the devs involved, not the journalists. Fuck the journalists. These people have been fucking cringe with their takes on the thing. But no, I wish the best for the people who want to enjoy Concord. Nope, too late, too gone. You're gone. Nope. But yeah, I wish the best for the people who want to enjoy Highguard. I wish the best for the Highguard devs, despite their failings. And yeah, I legitimately hope that in a couple months' time I'll be here being like, hell, I'll be playing it in a couple months' time if they live up to it and actually deliver a good product. I'll be playing Highguard and being like, hell yeah, this is awesome, and I'm glad they could recover from this. What a fucking comeback story. Let's fucking go. Let's play some Highguard here, guys. Yeah, let's play some Highguard, but that's not where we're at right now. And these people being like, you can't criticize them, are ironically dooming the product. If we don't actually learn from why people aren't liking it, we won't go there. If this is the end of the story, we're not going to come back in a couple months and be like, hey, Highguard's fun now. I'm glad people gave it a chance. It's just not happening.
Mark Rain would quote tweet Cliff Blazinski's tweet that we just read. And this guy is a vice president and co-founder of Epic Games. He says, it's downright horrible, especially a free game from a new studio. Just
who the
so
fuck
sad.
cares?
This is a hobby for people.
Again, hobby. No, it's also a fucking business. Again, I do all my shit as a hobby, all my internet shit as a hobby. I don't get paid for any of either this content or anything else I do on the internet. All a hobby. All my real world stuff, all my professional stuff is real world stuff. But yeah, you can't separate the two. Gaming is a hobby. It's also a massive business. I forget which exact industries it overtook. I'm not sure if it's Hollywood or the entirety of Hollywood or whatever, but gaming is a massive fucking industry. So this whole gaming is a hobby for people, that is a true statement. What the fuck's your point? It's also a massive fucking business.
Really? No way. No way. I thought you were making this for dogs. They should approach with joy, not hatred. Oh, we love to hear Corpo's virtue signaling to all of us, right? That's going to go really well. Really sincere stuff. We keep seeing this attempted defense from these people where they say, it's free. And then this guy's actually saying that we should approach it with joy.
People are ready to.
Oh my gosh, the cringe is unreal with these people.
It is.
Hey
Cringe
guys,
is
that
unreal.
game's free. You should be joyful. You should be thankful.
Be joyful.
It goes back to what I keep saying about how time is also a resource.
Yep.
Just because it's free doesn't...
Time is a resource, but that's not the main concern here. The concern is, it comes back to that because people are, if people had infinite time, maybe they'd be playing Highguard. But that's the thing. Even if you had infinite time, you'd still want to be spending it doing stuff that you that you have fun with. So yeah, even if people lived forever and could experience the timeline, infinite times at the same time, like you can clone yourself and do as much, people are still not going to be playing High Guard because it's not competing with the other games. Like it's still going to be a tiny fucking percentage. And I know we're getting way off in some weird fucking quantum physics nonsense, but like the issue is not that time is a resource, despite that being true. It's that High Guard didn't perform well. It's just it doesn't bring anything to the table.
Mean that we're obligated to unquestionably consume your latest slop. Nice try. Good response here. Says, honest question. If a game can't sustain even a 20% first day retention, how is that an issue of quote unquote hatred?
True, like meow. Yep, he stopped by. But no, that's very true too. Like again, there is a politicized element in the gaming community. I'd say I wish there wasn't, but like again, I think at this point it's fucking deserved. I go back way back to the original Gamergate. That's me. I'm a Gamergater. But yeah, so you can say it would be better if there wasn't a politicized element. I think at this point it's deserved. I make no apologies. But it's still going to be a tiny percentage of the overall populace of gamers, because gaming is so popular. You're not going to get an extremized element of the gaming community. So the idea that hatred plays a massive part in the failure of any game or something, it's like, especially when you're talking about, like he said 20% here, but it's more like they retain like 10%. If you lose 90% of your player base in a day, which is absolutely unheard of, it's insane, you can't blame that all on hatred, unless you're also saying, which is patently untrue, that 90% of gamers are like ultra Gamergate style, but like extra, like Gamergate plus extremists. What are we like? There's no way. You don't lose 90% of your player base unless your game's bad. You don't lose 90% of your player base to hatred. You lose 90% of your player base to boredom because you made a bad game.
Shouldn't the game stand on its own?
Yes.
What exactly does it tell you when the game is not even hitting half free-to-play benchmark for
Yep.
day one retention? Then there's this Swift on Security account, got like 400k followers on Twitter, and unfortunately I didn't get a screenshot of this one. He's protected his entire account after getting backlash for his tweet that was similarly shilling for High Guard and getting mad at gamers for not supporting it. But this is notable because, once again,
and I will say it's pathetic to get mad at gamers, since they're usually like, again, there are extremist, politicized, however you want to put it, elements within the community, sure, but for the most part it's a very, and especially again because it's so popular, it's a very broad group. So generally the perspectives you're getting are going to be honest because you're aggregating a huge sample size. So this idea that like gamers, like anyone who's mad at gamers while defending game companies, it's pretty cringe. Let's just leave it at that. It's pretty cringe. It's the gamers that's wrong. Is it me that's out of touch? No, it's the gamers.
and this was someone who was using that rhetoric of the game's free. Why are you guys disliking this game? It's free. We can see responses, for example, pointing that out, saying, criticizing a stillborn game is yet another example of a tasteless project that had tons of money and effort poured into it. You have no right to say that. The game is free. Another one here saying it's free and still not worth the cost to play it. And just because it's free doesn't mean it's safe from legit criticism. All right, we're going to speed run through the rest of this because I'm starting to run out of time today for making videos. And if I have,
I'm going to also speed run the rest of this. We've only got like 3 minutes left, so that's like another hour or so. That's a joke. We wouldn't do that. We're wrapping up. Holy shit, though. Like, I really do have to get my React stuff a little bit more concise. I love to yap, but this is absurd. I can like 6x, 12x the time of the video we're reacting to, because it's not even like that I like to hear myself talk, but I like to think things through, and then we end up in this situation. But anyway, let's fucking go. Yeah, we're at like 1:13. So yeah, it'll be like almost an hour and a half for a 15-minute video, which is like that's 8x, right? No, 6x, I guess. 6x.
Time
Something
left,
like
there's
that.
something about Pokemon I want to cover. So hopefully I can get all this done in time. And I think I
Oh
made all
good.
my
Oh good. Pokemon is not this video. I was like, what is he gonna get on a new thing? But that's his other video. He's saying he's wrapping up his creation thing, but has another video to do. All right, we don't have to talk about Pokemon tonight.
main points already anyways. So continuing really quick, we've got Game Dad. And Game Dad says, "Hi Guard is another example of why I tire of online discourse regarding gaming showcases. The rise of the anti-fans is huge. Back in the day, if something wasn't for you, you focused on the stuff you like. Now people put as much energy into hating something as they..."
Again, I'm trying to speed things along here towards the end, but this just goes right back to everything else I've been saying, where it's true for a tiny percentage of the people, but not the overall population. So it's wild to kind of focus on that and try to blame that. So yeah, it's not a completely false statement that there are anti-fans, but he's implying a lot more relevancy to the anti-fans than they actually have. Like, yeah, some people hated the game and wanted it to fail and are, you know, doing the whole dancing Israelis thing or whatever. But for the most part, that's not the average gamer experience. There's like, whoa, who just did that? Where'd those buildings go? That's the gamer experience. They're like, what? But yeah, another example of why I tire of online discourse regarding gaming showcases. Again, most people are just like, hey, this game sucks, and that's the end of it. The anti-fans is a tiny minority, and anyone focusing on it is either intentionally or unintentionally using that as an excuse for the game's failure. It's not the anti-fans who did this. If something wasn't for you, you focused on stuff you like. Yeah. People thought they might like High Guard. They played High Guard. They didn't like it. The anti-fans are coming.
do what they like. This is not me saying don't criticize or dislike a game. Of course,
A bunch
do
of people
that.
are saying that,
this
though.
is me talking about spending as much passion, time, and energy being against a game as you would liking it. The anti-fan, rooting for a downfall, negative coverage boosted by algorithms has fueled this. This guy's just being a massive drama queen. It's
Kinda,
very
yeah.
common for
Like I said, mild truth there, but it's not. It's far from the full story, and you can't be like, this represents the full story, because it really doesn't. The people who wanted High Guard to be good massively outweigh the people who wanted it to fail.
gamers to spend
And it
hundreds of
failed
hours
anyway
playing a
because
game
it's
that
not
they
a good
really
game.
like. They're not spending an equivalent amount of time disliking a game that they
Yep.
don't like. Maybe they watch a few videos about the game, maybe they leave a negative review, and that's really it. It is
Yeah,
not
it's not like I hate High Guard, I'm going to spend all my time hating on High Guard. It's like I hate High Guard. Well, not even I hate, but it's like I don't enjoy High Guard. I'm going back to, for this example, Marvel Rivals. Or like, if it was me, I'd be like, no, I'm going back to Battlefield 6 or something like that. It's like, just like, it didn't please people. That's what happened.
not the same thing. Like this guy's trying to say, oh, they spend the same amount of time disliking it as they do on games that they would like. No, you're being ridiculous. You're being a drama queen. And lastly, we've got Poodle saying, I missed the times where gamers said it's not for me to a game they didn't enjoy.
They are. All the gamers said it's not for you. It's not for me. They're like, yeah, it's not for me. You just, again, you choose to focus on the anti-fan instead of the people who actually gave it a shot and said it wasn't for them. Like, that's what gamer reviews are, like saying it's not for them. They're implying this hatred because they don't want to take the criticism and want to spit it out into some cultural war. And again, there were plenty of people who came in with that culture war mindset, but that's not why the game failed. And the people defending it are ironically doing that cancel war, the culture war stuff. When if you're defending High Guard and attacking gamers, you are engaged in the culture war that you accuse the anti-fans of being in. When again, the majority of the people leaving negative reviews probably wanted Highguard to be good, or were at least curious enough where they would have been pleased if it had been good, even if they were like, this is probably bad, but let's check it out or something. So yeah,
Now all we have is track.
it's not for me. It's a game they didn't enjoy. Now we have is trashing and disrespecting games just because they didn't like it. Just because they didn't like it. They didn't like the game. I mean, like, what the fuck is the argument here? What times are you talking about? Gamers have always been this way. Luckily, there are people nowadays that call that out. Oh, this guy's cuck too. All right. Gamers in the past was simply just not. Bro, am I retarded or is this person retarded? I think it's this person. Gamers in the past was simply just not play the game. Not go on so... Back in my day, before social media, when gamers didn't like a game, they didn't go on the social media to complain about it because the social media didn't exist. But still, they didn't go on no social media and trash talk no games back before social media existed. This is a problem with gamers nowadays. They have access to social media, and that's a problem. What are we doing?
Trashing and disrespecting games just because they didn't like it. Once again, this is a ridiculous thing to say. Most of the time, people just move on. Like, for example, on Steam, they have the discovery queue. And gamers will go through the queue. They give you 10 games. And you see if one appeals to you. If not, you click next.
Wait, does anyone actually use that?
And then you click next again. And then you click next again. And then maybe you see a game and you're like, oh, okay, you know, maybe I'll put that on my wish list. And then next. Quite literally, gamers all the time see a game that doesn't appeal to them. And they don't say anything about it. They just move right on. Whether that's on Steam in the discovery queue or the front page of Steam or whatever console store that you're playing on. This is the norm.
Yeah, 100,000 people at the same time. So that's way more than 100,000 people probably, especially considering the fucking drop-off and how quickly people were leaving the game. More than 100,000 people gave the game a chance and didn't like it.
But every now and then, when a big game comes out and achieves a news cycle like Highguard is right now, or like Veilguard did in the past, or Concord, etc., yeah, people are going to talk about those and express their opinions on this stuff. It's not a crazy concept. It's a very simple thing, really. The reality, as mentioned, is that, yes, most of the time gamers just move on from games that they're not interested in. It is what it is. It's simple as a click. But
yep, and just for the record, again, the only reason I'm interacting with it at all is because it did become kind of newsworthy. I mean, we've got a bunch of people talking about it. It was, again, it was a game I was mildly interested in based on the controversy. I was thinking I might pick it up and play it for a day or something, you know, just to see. Not even like in a, like when I say pick it up for a day, I mean like try it launch day or something. But then I saw some gameplay and was just like, Again, I don't mean that critically. I don't mean that as in like it's a bad game. But I looked at the gameplay and was just like, this doesn't look like my particular, the kind of game I would enjoy. But I wasn't like, oh, this looks bad. It's just like, no, this no longer captures my interest. But yeah, like a bunch of people were interested in the game and tried it and didn't like it.
then you have these people acting shocked that gamers are actually talking about a game that's currently in the news cycle.
Yep.
And
again, it's news. Yeah, it's news, which is why people are talking about it. It became an event because it had a chance. Like, it drew controversy, but also interest, and had a chance to impress people. 100,000 people were playing it day one, and it's newsworthy, which is why many people, including myself, are talking about it. Again, I was gonna play it. I decided not to. I probably made the right decision, it sounds like. But yeah, no, it is a news story now, more so than it is a game, because it's flopping hard.
Opinion that's negative. Oh my gosh, that means they must be making it their life's mission to hate on games. They don't really play games.
Yep. No, absolutely. Like I said, I'd love nothing. Well, okay, there's plenty of things I'd love more, but I certainly wouldn't resent if in 2 months time or something I'm here making a video about how great Highguard is now. I hold zero ill will towards Highguard. Some towards the fucking journos who are defending it. Like, that's nothing new. Fuck the journos. They're not people. Corporate journos are not people. But yeah, no. Best of luck to Highguard. Again, they absolutely squandered their launch. I don't think they'll recover, but that's different than me cheering on their downfall. And I'd love to be proven wrong about them not being able to recover. And I think that would be a cool comeback story. And yeah, like I said, hopefully 2 months time. That's let's say late, or let's just say, since we're pretty much at the end of January here anyway, so that's February, March. Let's say sometime in April. I'd love to be here back telling you how great Highguard is. Could happen. Who knows? But I certainly I don't want it to fail. I'm not invested. It's not my thing. If it does fail on its own merits, that's fine too. But I'm not going to cheer it on. And it would be kind of a cool story if, like I said, in April, I'm here telling you how great it is. Who knows? Who knows?
You know, it's just infinite false equivalences from these people. I don't know what's wrong with them. I don't know how they get these ideas in their head. It's just really out of touch. But I'll leave it there. Thank you all for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the video. Hope you have a great week. And I'll see you next time.
All right. We made it through. Again, I need to get better at my react timings. I just like to I like to talk a lot. I like to think through my own thoughts. We think through our own thoughts here. We think of the thoughts. That'll probably do it. How many did we react to anyway? We did the is it just 2? We might have just done 2 because it was a little we covered some heavy content. Yeah, I think it was just 2. We did some games, then we covered some heavy content, heavy real world news, and then yapped about the video games again too, which was good. This was definitely, not that I hated the other thing, but this was definitely more enjoyable and less heavy than the real world shit. Anyway, let's probably call it there. Thank you for watching. Peace. I hope you stick around. We're doing our thing here. And yeah, peace. Alrighty. We signed off on the YouTubes. Let's see who's online. What the fuck did I just do with my voice there? Who the fuck's online? We've got, who the fuck is this? I'm not super interested in that game, but let's see. Okay, I'll check 2 things real quick here. Let's see who this is. Oh, this is a new follow. Someone hosted this. I forget who, but
Can I stop crying?
Oh, I made it.
I made it too. I hope.
okay, that's one potential. Let's check the other one here. That's a bigger channel. See what they're doing. It's games and demos. Oh, this weird fucking
I hope I'm not getting sick too. I am going to be upsetty spaghetti.
But yeah, let's do the smaller channel. For no particular reason, just because I think it's slightly more interesting content. And whoa. Hey Azure, how's it going? Twitch, on Twitch. It's a little hard with all the multi-streaming thing here, but yeah, you're on Twitch. How's it going, Azure? Welcome to the party. We were just getting ready to wrap up. How you doing? Yeah. Yap at me a bit. Oh. And Reaper, as always, thank you for being so active. You're always hanging out here and greeting the new chatters. But yeah, Azure, what's up, buddy? What's up? Damn, y'all rapping? Yep, sorry, just wrapping up. We did some yapping. We did some gameplay earlier. We were playing Battlefield 6. Not particularly well today. But yeah, and then we talked about current events. current real world events, and then we talked about High Guard and its unfortunate launch failure. But yeah, what's up with you? What's up with you? Hit me with the oh god, I'm gonna do it. I'm cringing as I say it, but I hit me with the T, I guess. Is that something people say? I don't know. But yeah, anyway, what's up with you? What's up with you? Not much. Chilling and a little sick. Unfortunate. I do think that's going around. I've heard a couple people being sick, including I was just looking who I could host, and one of the people I was looking that was online was talking about how they hope they're not getting sick. So yeah, I do think that's going around. That's going around. But yeah, anyway, we will go ahead and get off here. Not like that. Not like that. In just a sec here. But yeah, thank you for stopping by, Azure. And if you are interested in my content, you are definitely welcome to follow. And then you will be notified when I go live next, which should be tomorrow. We've been pretty consistent. Let me pull up my, not on stream, but let me pull up just out of my own curiosity. Let's see how we're doing. I've definitely been streaming fairly regularly. Gotcha, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, I'm relatively impressed with myself. Thank you for the follow. Oh, yeah, thank you for the follow. I do need to get my alert set up more than just that. But yeah, no, appreciated. But yeah, how have I been doing, man? That's today, that's yesterday, that's the day before, that's the day before. Past broadcast view all. That's not the best thing. Can we do stream manager? That's definitely not the right thing. But where can I see analytics? Anyway, we won't do this too much. Wow, yeah. How about, wow, really? Okay, I'll pull that up on stream real quick. Yeah, I've been streaming pretty regularly. That's no guarantee I'll be streaming tomorrow. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. There we go. That's no guarantee I'll be streaming. Whoops, wait. Oh, I had that pulled up in another window, so it wasn't getting captured. But yeah, look at that. Don't look at the viewer count, which is like 2 at highest. But yeah, since January 9th, I've streamed pretty much every day. We missed the 22nd. I was really tired. That must have been the one where I was really tired. But yeah, we've been streaming pretty much daily for 1 to 2 viewers. But again, let's ignore that part. But yeah, anyway, yeah, we've been doing pretty consistent streaming, which what 100 at. I'm not sure how I feel about that, guys. Not sure how I feel about the 100 hours streamed in the last 30 days. How am I supposed to feel about that? Bro. Jeez. Yeah. Anyway, my point was I'll probably be streaming tomorrow, and you're welcome to stop by. Oh my goodness. That's something. All right. Thank you. As always, thank you for hanging out, Reaper. But yeah, let's go ahead and hit someone with a follow here. Yep, that'll do it. Thank you for watching, and again, Azure, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the follow. Hope to see you around. Peace. Let's drop a raid on someone, and the raid message will just be hit them with the pirate raid if you so desire. We'll hit them with the pirate raid. Peace. Pirate raid.
like in her eye level.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Keen Ian, thank you so much for the raid. Hi. Hello. Oh.
Okay.
We need to
Yes,
yeah. Hello, Pirate Raid. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm Kuskusi. I'm a raccoon VTuber and artist, currently playing with one of my friends, Little Nightmares. Oh, fucking hell, I grabbed your hand.